Welcome back, chat. Got a little budget here. Me and Diesel about to explore the marine life.
Diesel, they're not gonna believe you. Chat, you made it happen.
That was insane, dude. Bet you were scared, Diesel.
I saw you suffocating earlier. You stank up the capsule.
Well, that was a nice little adventure, right? What should we do next?
This video online, Yeti caught a fish with his ding-dong in an ice hole. If he can do it, so can I. Whoops, I think I made this hole a little big. Let me redo this. All right, here we go.
Oh my gosh, I think I'm getting something. Whoa, whoa, ow. Oh my gosh. Ow! Get it off! Help! Ow! Ow! Ah! Help! Ah!
I had to order me a security camera from the TikTok shop because some nasty ass motherfucker keeps taking a fat fucking shit beside me while I'm sleeping.
This is the third fucking time this week. Tonight I'm finding out who this nasty ass motherfucker is. I'm tired of his bullshit every damn night while I'm sleeping.
All right, everything's ready to go. And the good thing about that security camera is that it has night vision, it's solar powered, and it even sends a fucking alert to my phone. Oh shit, what the fuck is that? I just woke up and I got good news and bad news. The good news is there's no shit on my mattress, but the bad news is my big ass didn't hear the alarm. So I just checked the security camera footage from last night and I can't believe Yeti was the nasty ass motherfucker shitting on my mattress. Next time I see him, I'm beating his ass. Yeti, if you're watching this shit, don't let me catch fucking taking a shit on my mattress.
That's right. Don't be taking no shit on my mattress,
Yeti.
On,
I'm sleeping with one eye open.
One eye open. Gotcha.
On everything. This camera is a life.
That's right. These cameras are lifesavers. Make sure you buy these cameras and keep an eye on no one shitting on your mattresses. Shits. Yeah. How you doing? Happy Friday night, everybody. We're going to do here. We're going to tell you some news and stuff. Got a couple guests going to come in. Got my good friend Derek here. Wait, what? Where's he at? There we go. There you go. There's
What's going
Derek.
on?
There's Derek. Derek is wrote a movie called The Warrior, and it's on Prime, Amazon Prime.
That it is.
We'll also have a. Oh, okay. Also have a friend here, Dave. Hi, Dave. Blurry Dave.
What's up, Jim?
How's it going? Put up a $1.99 gift membership, and I'll give out 10. Well, what I could, you know what? I could go in. Let me look. Let me see. I think I could change it. I might have it. Let me see here. Customization.
How you doing, Derek?
Good. How's it going?
Good.
Long time no see.
Yeah,
it's been about 24 hours. Yeah.
I wasn't sure if you were going to stream,
wait,
and I saw he put a link in. I'm like, I'll go hang out with him.
oh, wait. I think I know where it is. Never mind. It's in.
I was busy.
I can find it. Hold on. I'll look for it. Here.
Making some videos for my boy. With my
Memberships.
Sometimes you have to do that. You just have to try to focus. Like I'll cut a bunch of stuff up in clips and just start hammering down on it.
Jim, I don't know if you can change the value of memberships if they've already been bought.
No, you can change, but you can change. Like I think I have it set for gifting memberships. I think I have it set for the second level. Yeah, gift memberships. I have it set for the second level. I could change it to the lowest one, so to the cheaper one. There you go. I changed it to the cheaper one. So if people want to give out gift memberships, they can. But, I changed it to the lowest level of gifted membership, so I don't know what that is.
I think
I had it at the medium one. I had it mine set at the medium one because, you know,
because that's what you wanted to do.
I don't know, because I was giving away gifted memberships, and I wanted to give away the medium ones.
Oh,
I didn't know it was everybody. So, all right. So here we go. We're gonna get into some news today. How'd everybody have a good week? It was a good week, everybody.
Yeah, it's long, but yeah.
Yeah, it's great.
Cool. No, so
Recovering from my vacation in Kentucky. So.
Oh yeah, was it good?
Oh, yeah.
Good vacation.
Fantastic. I did a lot of shopping, dude.
A lot of shopping?
For bourbon. I was on the Bourbon Trail for a week, Jim.
Oh, I know you're still alive?
That's like a kid in a candy store.
No.
It's a Dave in a candy store.
I was talking to some guys last night, and I said, and they acted like, you sound like you're mad because you went to Kentucky. I said, no, I'm mad because I didn't get to spend enough time in Kentucky.
He's mad because he had to go home.
Right. That's why I'm mad.
I want to say hi to the chat. We got Ank in the chat. We got Patrick Seven. How you doing? We got Steve Hillard. How you doing? Well, yes, a bunch of people in there. I shut my ringer off my phone because it's aggravating me already. All right, here we go. We're gonna get into this first story here, which no, there we go. So wait, yeah, right. Why does this not look right? Anyway, that's Angel Shadows. How you doing? So I don't know if you guys saw there was a drop today. I don't know if this is to distract everybody or if this is for real. But it says Americans will finally learn the truth about how in 2016 intelligence was politicized and weaponized by the most powerful people in the Obama administration to lay the groundwork for what was essentially a years-long coup against President Donald Trump, subverting the will of the American people and undermining how our democratic republic works. Here's how they did it. Creation of the Russia hoax. Says they reduced real intel assets. They said that criminal actors did not impact recent. So the real intel assessment said that Russia and criminal actors did not impact the U.S. election, and by conducting a cyber attack. And also, you go figure, Russians did not hack the DNC. So that guy Seth Rich, I'm wondering who killed him exactly. If we're ever going to find out.
The Clinton.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. There was a story.
Everybody.
There was a story I did last night. There was this guy in Pennsylvania, a city councilman or something in Pennsylvania, sitting there on camera talking about how he murdered somebody and got away with it. It was crazy. And I'm like, wait, what? It's like, oh yeah, I shot the guy in the head, and I spent a night in jail, but my uncle was connected to the mafia family, and they made a call, and I got out of it. Like, what? So I'm wondering if anything's ever going to come of that. So I'm going to have to keep an eye on that story and go back and check to see if they go arrest him. But yeah, it says Donald Trump wins, and then here's Obama, secret meeting. They plan to get him. Be outlining all this stuff. Because for months preceding the 2016 election, the intelligence community shared a consensus view. Russia lacked the intent and capability to hack the U.S. elections.
Awesome.
But weeks after Trump's historic victory, defeating Hillary Clinton, everything changed. They started coming up with the reasons why it had to have been the Russians. IC officials prepared an assessment for the president's daily brief, finding that Russia did not impact recent U.S. elections by conducting cyber attacks on infrastructure. Before it could reach the president, it was abruptly pulled. Based on new guidance, this key intelligence assessment was never published. We assess Russian and criminal actors did not impact recent U.S. elections by conducting malicious cyber activities. Based on some new guidance, we're going to push back publication. It will not run and is likely not to run until next week. Oh, what do you know? The next day, top national security officials, including James Comey,
Scumbucket.
He needs to go to jail.
So is his daughter.
Yeah, Patrick Seven says he doesn't think this is completely organic. They released it to counter some of the FC drama. I would agree with that, except for this type of dump was in the works for a while. It's possible that the letter was dumped to blunt this, that someone knew that this was coming, because this would have been worked on. Yeah, I tried to lower the membership cost down, but the lowest it would go, I think, is $3.99, because I can't adjust the cost of memberships below that. That's the lowest cost. So
because the YouTube's got to get their money.
Yeah, so it won't let me change it. Once you already establish it, you can't change the cost. I could add more tiers, but I can't change the costs. Like I could add a higher tier, but I can't add a.
Okay, I do have a question. This whole thing about the FBI and all this other stuff with the Epstein stuff. Tulsi Gabbard would be the one to go to for all that information, correct? Because she's international. She's intelligence. The FBI is not going to have much on the Epstein stuff because it wasn't actually in the United States. You know what I mean?
And try refreshing and see if it changes ink. Because if not, maybe it has to go to the next stream. I don't know. Maybe it won't be till the next stream. It'll be lowered if it's still at $5.99. Maybe it won't take effect during stream. I don't know. But yeah, so it says Obama directed IC to create, the Clapper and DNI, Brennan and Comey, and they gathered at the White House to discuss Russia, and Obama directed them to create new intelligence and show that the Russians meddled in the election, and it would even contradict multiple intelligence assessments released over the previous months. They didn't care. They wanted to do it. Here's all the data. And it's Obama officials immediately leaned on their allies in the media, go figure, to advance the falsehoods. Anonymous IC sources leaked declassified information to the Washington Post and others that Russia had intervened to hack the election in Trump's favor.
Is this news, Jim? This is like we've known this forever. I was watching your show last night. You were reading it. And I was like, God, we suspected this stuff 7 years ago.
Well, this is all like document. Like we knew this stuff. Like we knew this stuff was going on, but we didn't have proof. Like kind of like we knew that it came out of the lab and not out of a wet market, and but we couldn't say that.
So what is MS?
Well, this is all the documents. She just went through and got all the documents, all the communications, and she just declassified them all and dumped them out.
Yeah, but what is all the other media going to say, that this is all BS? This is just Trump riling shit up. Who knows?
I don't know, but they can say what they want.
Didn't they try to say that because Trump had some sort of business deal in Russia, that's why he was an agent or something?
Oh, they tried to come up with some deal. They had some phony thing and said there was a server in Russia that was communicating with a server at Trump Tower, and it was all bullshit.
Yeah.
But, so like this is, on January 6, 2017, just days before President Trump took office, Clapper unveiled the Obama-directed politicized assessment, a gross weaponization of intelligence that laid the groundwork for a years-long coup intended to subvert President Trump's entire presidency. According to whistleblower emails shared with us today, we know Clapper and Brennan used a baseless, discredited Steele dossier as a source to push this false narrative in the intelligence assessment. I think the reason they're putting this out there is because they did open in a grand criminal conspiracy investigation into Comey, Brennan, and Clapper and Obama.
Oh, so Trump is trying to actually get some payback.
I mean, it would be. I mean, what would it look like if you saw Obama getting walked out in handcuffs somewhere?
That'd be great.
Or at least having to show up in court to defend this shit like Trump had to. Yeah.
And according to the whistleblower shared with us today, we know Clapper Brennan used a baseless, accredited Steele dossier as a source to push the false narrative in the intelligence assessment. And they both lied to Congress and said they didn't. Just recently as 2020, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, they were in front of Congress lying about it. So within the statute of limitations.
A long time ago.
Yeah. So these documents detail a treasonous conspiracy by officials. See, that's her using these words, treasonous conspiracy by officials at the highest levels of the Obama White House. I mean, they talked about Trump's seditious conspiracy and all this stuff and a coup, and this was literally a coup. You know, like, I wonder if the reason they didn't do what they did in 2020 was to prevent Trump from discovering this and it coming out, that they thought, well, once they will be able to wash this and no one will ever know that we had to get Biden in there. I don't know, you know.
Yeah, they probably thought Trump was going to get convicted and could never run again. So, you know, it's like, well, this stuff will never come out because no other president's going to go cause trouble like
those
that.
Those are not community notes. I am a high-ranking community note member, so I get to rank notes. We don't want to get into all that, but I won't. I ain't going to do it because I don't want anyone to see my name, my community note name. I don't want to get doxxed. But let's just say I get down. I get down in the notes. I can't pull it up because it'll show my name. You know, because and it's all anonymous on community notes. And once my name's out there, then people know it's me. And I'm not going to do that. He's treasonous. The betrayal concerns every American. The integrity of our democratic republic demands that every person involved should be investigated and brought to justice to prevent this from ever happening again. Yeah.
Oh boy. Yeah. How many times we heard that, Derek?
Exactly.
But also, I forgot to say, everybody, there is a goal tonight. I don't want to sound like the toe, but there is a goal tonight. All right. 30 super chats of any denomination, color, shape, or size. That I will go beyond the normal 2-hour show for at least 4 hours, maybe 5. And I'm going to throw a kicker in this time. And I have 2 stories in the back that I don't have ready to go, but they're ready to go, but I don't have them pulled up. They're not normal news stories. They're wacky conspiracy theory stories. So that's what you get. One of them's about, the coming apocalypse of Earth and all that. And the other one's about archaeology and stuff. Anyway, this will be special if we get the 30 super chats of any size, So if the people want to do the whole dollars at a time thing, $30 or whatever, or someone wants to go a little more, whatever. But it's just because I want the people to tell me. I want my audience to tell me they want me to keep going, that they're not sick of me. Yeah. It's another win for the toe.
Can I get your Cash App, your Venmo, and your?
Well, my Cash App's on the screen, so we won't even get into that. I don't do all that stuff. And
blood draw.
Eventually, I'm going to go to Super Tips once I qualify, but I'm not a big enough star for Super Tips yet. I'm not like BTM Reviews. Qualified.
It doesn't do shit.
No, Barbie World. I am not on any Dayquil today. I am not on any cold medicine today, so hopefully I will not be zonking out like I was and singing weird songs again.
Are you on Adderall, Jim?
No, I'm not on Adderall either.
Okay.
On nothing. I'm just at 2 Red Bulls in the can here. So we'll see what's going on. All right, so I'm providing all the documents to the Department of Justice to deliver the accountability that President Trump, his family, and American people deserve. Whoa! Hey, Grok, what is the punishment for treason? Oh, treason, levying war against the United States or adhering to its enemy with aid and comfort is punishable by death or imprisonment of at least 5 years and a fine of at least $10,000, plus ineligibility for any U.S. office. Courts apply this narrowly to avoid political misuse. Oh, what do you know?
Half of the Democratic Party should be under that.
And the only thing we want is prison sentences. Lock up Barack Obama and every single person involved in this treason scams. I kind of agree. I kind of have to say I have to kind of agree with that.
I want Comey in prison too. I hate that guy.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, hopefully. Well, I'm in my cup. I got 2 cans of Red Bull in here, 2 8-ounce cans. So I got 16 ounces of Red Bull. I got a tea backup when I get done with the Red Bull, and then if that fails, if I get through that, then I got a Pepsi to go in. And we're gonna get it on. So. Yep. Well, I don't know. I've been stuck with Red Bull since the old Jaeger bomb days. So
I was just gonna say Jaeger bombs are delicious.
Yeah, I used to love Jaeger bombs, and I just can't. I cannot deny vodka and Red Bull, man. Give me some nice Stoli or some Kettle One or Grey Goose and Red Bull. Oof! I could drink those until I won't know my name. And breaking newly declassified records from DNI Gabbard are additional compelling evidence that the 2016 Russian collusion narrative was not rooted in credible intelligence reporting, but manufactured to fit a preferred political narrative. Gabbard has taken the rare and transparent step of declassifying in the December 2016 draft of the President's Daily Brief, or PDB, the highly classified record, which is a daily national security analysis for the President, assessed that Russian and criminal actors did not, I repeat, did not impact recent U.S. election results by conducting malicious cyber activities against election infrastructure. That's crazy, right?
It's wild.
But after pushback from the FBI, then led by James Comey, big tall retard, the PBB was spiked based on new guidance. Okay, yeah, okay. Trump is reopening Alcatraz. We can fill them with when it opens. Yes, I saw that. That's in here. It's in here. That story's in here, Trumpinator. Thank you for the $5. So that's 1 down and 29 super chats to go. Thank you very much.
Did you see what Riley Gaines said? That once she gives birth and does the whole baby thing, that she's going to try to escape from Alcatraz by swimming the canal or swimming around it.
The bay?
That's not a good idea.
It's not a good idea at all.
That's not a good idea at all. I mean, I think multiple people have. I think only one person's ever made it.
They think.
Yeah, Birdman. I think right. Birdman at Alcatraz, the only one I think that made it. I mean, there was that whole movie with
I don't know if she was
Clint Eastwood
fun or something, but
but then again,
she's like, it's cold. She's like, that's the thing is it's real cold,
and the current is crazy out there.
Yeah. And there's sharks. And there's sharks in San Francisco Bay, but anyway. After a White House principals meeting, a new intelligence assessment was commissioned, and media leaks followed, reinforcing a new narrative that Russia intervened in the 2016 election to help Donald Trump win the presidency, rather than undermine confidence in the U.S. electoral system. The timeline: December 8th, 2016, draft PDB. Russia did not impact U.S. election results. Hours later, FBI withdraws that, and then it's killed based on new guidance. December 9th, Obama White House gathers top cabinet officials, including Clapper, Brennan, Susan Rice, and McCabe. But also, I don't know if you guys remember that Susan Rice, do you remember there was that Susan Rice wrote that email to herself? Like, she wrote, there's like a thing, you're like, Susan Wright wrote this email to herself saying, oh yeah, we had this meeting, but we said everything has to be done by the book.
But she wrote it to herself?
It was like 2 months later, after the fact, she wrote herself an email, just this email to remind me that we did have this meeting, we talked, but we did say everything has to be done by the book. Like, basically, it was a cover her ass email to herself to say, see, we didn't break the law.
Yeah, ridiculous, right?
New intelligence assessment is commissioned January 6th. New intelligence assessment. Russia interfered to help Trump. There's all the stuff, all these records. And, most definitely treason. General Mike Flynn. Good guy. I'm gonna try to get him on the podcast. Uh-oh, Dave left. Dave don't like me no more.
Bye, Dave.
Yeah, Mike Flynn follows me. I'm gonna try to get him on the podcast.
I met Mike Flynn in 2020. I was at one of those steal the what was it? The
Stop the Steal?
Stop the Steal in Atlanta. I went to like 3 of them, and he was there on one of them. Pretty nice.
No, they're actually talking about reopening the old Alcatraz, which I understand that they want to do it. That the reason it was closed is because it was just so expensive to run. I mean, keeping something like that around the ocean and keep things working properly with the salt water tearing up everything and just destroying the steel and just eating the bars away. Like, I've been there on a tour. It's decrepit. But
I'd use it as an insane asylum.
Something, but and then everything has to be, everything has to be shipped in and out. nothing. There's no way to get there. But I mean, maybe I guess you could for the really hardened crazies. I guess you could put them there. But
yeah,
instead of the Supermax that they have in and Dave's back, the Supermax that they have in Colorado, maybe it'd be better. I don't know. But yeah, dude, I do got my fiber going now, Dave. And then when they came to bury the fiber, they cut my Comcast line. And then when the Comcast guy came to replace the Comcast, he cut my fiber. And so then the fiber guy came and they did it 3 times.
I'm going to ask you a question. Was there any orange paint in your yard to show where it was buried?
No, there was some in the street.
But not at your house?
No, it was like in the street. They just wrote in the street and said, hey, there's some stuff over there.
They're supposed to mark it all the way to your house.
Yeah, they're supposed to, but no, they didn't. They just did it in the street.
I'm in. Yes.
Yeah. No, I know. That's why I thought I would tell you because it was hysterical.
Well, it wasn't for Derek. He had a big show planned for you, man. He was like, oh my God, he was there for like 20 minutes and it just.
Me and Julio trucked it out for 6 hours.
Yeah, remember, Obama Biden sat in the August 3rd, 2016 Situation Room briefing and said, yeah, the highest officials in our administration fabricate evidence to frame the opposing party candidate, Donald Trump. Below from John Durham. Brennan's declassified notes reflect that he briefed the meeting's participant regarding the alleged approval by Hillary Clinton on 26th July of a proposal from her campaign advisor to vilify Donald Trump by stirring up a scandal claiming interference by Russian security services. They knew that this was all on Hillary, and they still opened up an investigation based on it. They still ran with it, did all this stuff. I mean, all of these people should be in jail for I would charge them with conspiracy to something, some kind of there's got to be some kind of conspiracy charges, right? Gotta be.
She should have been in prison a long time ago. Hillary Clinton.
Yeah.
And then mysteriously, people that they're linked to just die randomly because they don't want people talking. Basically,
I just don't get it. I don't. Yeah, declassified evidence, Obama conspiracy to subvert Trump's victory. I mean, it's all here, man. All here for everyone to see.
And of course, people are going to decide not to read it and then still vote for dummies.
Yeah. It's treason, Steve. You're right. It's treason. It's bad enough they launched the Frankenstein monster of the RICO conspiracy while Trump was still just candidate. What compounds that they did it and they kept going after he won. And it was all hands on deck and that they didn't stop. The White House conference on January 5th, 2017, where they made all the decisions together. They continued a criminal conspiracy into the presidency after he was inaugurated. The stuff that, like the Stroke and Page and all of them, they just kept going. Man, they cannot maintain any cover story that they weren't surprised to discover hoaxes they used to target the candidate. That's another thing. I think they purposely leaked things that they knew were going to get exposed as a fraud, so that to send you on goose chases. Just like they did in 2020, I'm pretty sure a lot of the stuff they put out there about the stuff, the bottom line is that there was some shenanigans with mail-in ballots. That's what happened in 2020. We can be honest about it. There was shenanigans with mail-in ballots. That's what happened. This is the bottom line. The whole thing about servers in another country, that they were going to this, that, and the QAnon stuff, that was just to confuse people and send them off in different directions. I mean, I think eventually we're going to figure out, because there's a bunch of ballots in Fulton County, Georgia, that are still under lock and key that they're still supposed to be looked at. And they've been putting it off and trying to avoid looking at these ballots that have no creases in them and They look like they're all stamped with, you know what I mean? And
Well, and they had videos of suitcases full of ballots that they were just stuffing underneath the table. It's like, come on.
Yeah, but that lady sued Rudy Giuliani, and somehow she won. And they defaulted her like they did to Alex Jones, and never actually looked at the evidence.
Yeah, it's this is why I stopped watching this stuff, Jim, because I just see these swarmy people getting swarmier and swarmier, and like Swalwell, that piece of crap. What's he still doing in office?
Well, who knows? I mean, that looks like they're really starting to narrow in and nose in on the whole mortgage fraud stuff with these congressmen and stuff, because they've got they got Adam Schiff in their sights. They got what's her face, Letitia James in their sights. You lie on a mortgage application, it's what they call the headshot in prosecutions. It's just a paperwork crime, and that's it. You did it. There's no.
Is this the stuff where they're claiming their main residence is somewhere?
Correct. Yes, okay. Correct. But you do that. You claim your primary residence, and it's not to get a lower interest rate. That's mortgage fraud.
And you taxes as well. He was trying to save on taxes. Yeah.
Yeah. That, you know what, Jim? And that's something everybody should. I mean, well, every crime everybody should be prosecuted if they're guilty. But I mean, that shit, like. We know if we buy a second home, it's not going to be a nice 3% interest rate. That's why you got to really think about that investment, right? Like, so
yeah. Hank, I was in San Francisco area in Moffett Field in the 90s. It was beautiful, beautiful. It's terrible now, but in the early 90s, it was beautiful.
Well, just the terrain. I mean, the landscape is beautiful up there, right? I mean, it's beautiful. But
Treasure Island, all that stuff was great.
He did some sort of interview with Schiff, and he's just like, everybody's lying, and it's a conspiracy, and Trump hates me. And it's like, get out of here, dude. You're caught.
Just because all this stuff, you know, you could hate him, and it could still be a thing, you know.
Well. How many times did they invade Trump's personal files to see if they could get him on anything? And you know what they couldn't do? Get him on anything.
Correct.
Because you know what he is as a businessman first. He knows not to lie on this shit. Because going to jail because some city prosecutor in New York wants to get you is real easy if they don't like you. So he had to play that game for 40 years, 50 years if we ever became president.
Yeah, before he moved to Florida. Yeah.
That's the thing that I don't get about this birthday letter that they're saying Trump sent to Jeffrey Epstein. Why did this just come out now? This would have came out long ago.
Oh, yeah.
This would have came out long ago, man. Like, this would have came out in 2015, 2016. It would have came out.
Yeah.
It would have.
Yeah, I know. And
2020, it would have came out.
I was watching.
I don't buy it.
I was watching your show last night, and these people are like, Trump needs to not fight this battle. Yes, he does. Because again, this is just fake news, or Republicans are caving in. Because now all of a sudden the Democrats care about the kids, Jim. Now it's about the children's, right? Now it's about the poor kids that Epstein.
But the way that their Democrats are acting actually makes me think that they did some kind of shit. They put a turd in the punch bowl. You know what I mean? That they planned, and they're like basically trying. Here you go, Trump. Go ahead. So
yeah.
And like I if anything, if that letter did come from Trump's people, it came from Michael Cohen and not Trump. Because Michael Cohen likes to write enigma all the time on stuff. He called Trump an enigma on all his writings. So I would, you know what I mean? I could see Michael Cohen sending it to Epstein. Like, that's all I'm saying.
And I don't see Trump writing letters. He has his secretary do letters. He'll call somebody.
Yeah, he's picking up the phone, dude.
He picks up the phone and calls somebody. Yeah. How many times you hear about stories? It's like, and you're getting a message, you're getting a live call from the president of the United States, and it's Trump calling him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It says like their eyes were wide open to what they were doing as they decided to move the conspiracy forward into the 45th president's administration. Durham covered most of this. It's seen in indictments, the court filings, and the final report. We will learn some things that we didn't previously know for the new declassifications, but as far as specific outline of how the grand conspiracy function unfolded, there's not much to the mystery left at this point, thanks to John Durham. Right. Americans see accountability for the treason. The documents detail the treasonous conspiracy by the officials in the highest levels of the Obama White House to subvert the will of the American people and usurp the president fulfilling his mandate. Something's got to happen, though. Something's got to happen. Just because most people are all saying, huge releases like this. They're just talking, the people are reviewing, highlights to follow. Comey's fingerprints are all over everything. Obama's behind it all. Meeting with Obama, CIA leaks to the Washington Post, the false claims. More stuff, more leaks. Brennan later inserted the ICA that Trump interfered to help Russia, or Russia interfered to help Trump. Whistleblowers, he was sidelined when he objected to the findings.
Like every single thing that they've accused Trump of doing, they did like 10 times.
They do it.
Yeah, it's confession through projection is what they do all the time. Like when they were saying that Trump was working with Russia, whatever, all this stuff. It was what they were doing. It was Hillary Clinton was actually working with people in Russia trying to smear Trump and set him up, like frame him. That's what they were doing. That's what Christopher Steele was doing. He was working with Russians to get plant shit on Trump.
That Hillary paid for.
That Hillary paid for. Like they sent a woman to talk to Trump in Trump Tower. It was a Hillary person that went with that whole woman about to get people, whatever. It was all set up. Yeah.
Well, how about the Hillary hard drive at her house? What about the server?
The servers that she should have went to jail for that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
and they should. But that thing's like it's like I want to know why they know for a fact they smashed the phones with hammers and did all this stuff. That's a crime. You destroyed evidence
in front of the agents too, right?
Yeah.
Like they just did it.
They admitted to destroying tampering with evidence.
I did it. Oh well.
Yeah, like if the cops, like if you're getting if the feds come to you to bust you and you take your phone and smash it, they're going to charge you with tampering with evidence. Even if they get everything off your phone, they're still going to charge you with tampering with evidence.
Which is crazy. It's not their phone until I get a warrant.
Yeah, I don't know, but they're going to do it. So the dossier is not to be believed, credible, except when the IC and the FBI push public info. Yeah, so it's. Reveals how they moved. The Obama ICA realized what they wanted, and they changed their findings. And then they can't keep their lies straight, and then just like a balancing act back and forth. And the emails back Comey's dissent that came out of left field. All the stuff. It's crazy. Obama, Brennan, and Margaret Cleveland. She's like a lawyer, like a person that follows a professor and stuff. She follows legal stuff.
Okay.
It says Obama, Brennan, Comey, and Clapper did everything they could to cause Americans to have lack of confidence in the 2016 election, rather than the IC had no hacking and no election and lack of ability to do so. When will the arrests and raids begin? That's what questions. When will the arrests and raids begin? And
ask Roger Stone but isn't Roger Stone saying that Trump needs to confess to this bullshit with Epstein?
No, I don't. Not that I know of. I don't know I haven't been really paying attention to Bannon, but I don't think Roger Stone has turned his back on Trump.
I thought you were talking about that last night. Like, I watched your show, Jim, almost.
What Roger Stone is saying that Trump just needs to go here, just throw it out there. It's like, fuck it, just get it out there. Just throw everything out there. Let the chips fall where they may. You don't have nothing to hide.
But hasn't he? Hasn't he said before?
Pretty much. But here's the problem. There was a great article, anybody who's innocent, though, that if they just start releasing names of anybody this guy had any done business dealings with, if the person say just somebody that had business dealings that didn't do anything wrong, their name is tarnished. That's would basically be like if the feds showed up in your small town and started going around telling everybody you're a pedo. Yeah. And we can't tell you how we know, but we know we got information and it's this, and then they just leave, and then it's how do you fix it? Yeah. Stone doesn't believe Trump was involved because Epstein, even Epstein's lawyers, all these people said Trump, all these other accusers' lawyers said Trump wasn't doing anything. Yeah. Trump kicked him out and all this stuff. This way, it just doesn't make sense.
But then what does Trump have to come clean about if he wasn't involved?
No, he didn't say he just wants them to put it all out there, just to get the information out.
Oh, to release the Epstein
just release it, yeah. Which is what basically what they said. But there's a reason that you're not supposed to release the name. If you're not charging somebody with a crime, you're not supposed to say you investigated them.
Exactly. Yeah.
I think they're worried about that.
And you also have to protect the kids that are named in that document too. You can't release all those kids' names that were victims of this piece of shit.
But they're not American citizens, so you can't go after somebody that's not an American citizen.
The girls were.
I don't think they were.
They were from Florida, dude. taking these girls from Florida and flying them down to his island and shit.
There was an agent or a modeling agent. This guy, I can't think of his name. That was involved. That was getting the people and stuff. Like the people who committed, like they should be able to prove the people that committed crimes and get, you know, and lock them up. You know,
most were Russian.
Oh, some were Russian, some were Ukrainian stuff, but yeah. You know, so it says Tulsi Gabbard released previously classified docs, including emails and other records, giving info about how the operation materialized. She's just dumping everything out there. You know, ODNI, the PBBs, all this stuff. More subterfuge related to the alleged Russian hacking of the DNC email system. Sean Henry, CEO of CrowdStrike, the cyber firm hired to allegedly investigate the hack, finally admitted to Congress in 2017 that the firm never had evidence of Russian infiltrations. See, they never had evidence that Russia hacked the DNC. That was all a lie.
Yeah, but they were letting cities burn because people were so upset and rioting over anything that Trump did that they found offensive. Because
I mean, people don't remember. Like on Inauguration Day, there was a huge riot in D.C. They lit cars on fire, flipped cars over, and nobody ever talked about it. Like
because they thought he was in bed with Russia, right? I mean, that's the dumbest thing. Like, I'm going to tell you something, Jim. I meet a lot of people, right? You meet a lot of people, and over the last 10 years, nobody's ever asked me, so do you think that Trump was ever involved with the Russians? Nobody's ever asked me that question. I don't know where that even, like, who even knows this? Who even thinks about this? The 12% of men that vote in a certain class, are they just trying to sway that group of men that are watching MSNBC or Fox News? Because I don't know who they're trying to sway. I mean, my wife didn't know shit about Russia. Russia.
Yeah, it says in December 8, 2016.
Until Trump started making fun of it on the campaign trail. Then she laughed at it because, you know, he's the master at that shit, turning the tide on those idiots.
In December 2016, IC officials discussed the draft PDB, which finds that Russian and criminal actors did not impact the recent election. That the group also decides the PDB will publish the following day due to high administrative interest. A few hours later, after it was co-authored, FBI led by Comey inexplicably withdraws from coordinating on the product and notifies them that the FBI will be drafting a dissent, a different one, saying that no, they don't agree that Russia didn't hack the election. They think that Russia did hack the election. The same day they went to Trump Tower to discuss the compromise in the Steele dossier, the so-called P-tape Trump, which was basically them they did exactly what Hoover used to do. Go show the people, this is what I got. You know what I mean? And Trump said, you ain't got nothing on me because I didn't do none of that stuff.
When are people going to get fucking smart? And Russia / the USSR has been the boogeyman for how long? Like, when are people actually going to use the brain?
I don't know. You know,
this is all bullshit for like I said, the watchers of MSNBC and Fox News. The other 98% of the world is like, what are these people talking about? I'm trying to pay the bills. What are you talking about? Like, these are rich people with power trying to make other people with power go away because they want more power. That's all this is about, Jim. This isn't about making our country better.
Well, see, Dan Blackbright says that's exactly what a Russian spy would say, Dave.
Well, hey, he's an Australian, so his opinion doesn't matter because it's not real.
Now, why do you think that this shit isn't all interconnected, that they weren't thinking about Ukraine? Because right after the 2016 election, John McCain, Lindsey Graham, and Amy Klobuchar all traveled to Ukraine together. After the trip, they held a joint press conference. They declared that Russia attacked the USA by hacking the election. It was all lies. Here, watch. Here we're going to go. Watch. Listen to these fuckers. They wanted the war.
We're going to go back and tell our colleagues what Russia's up to and the Baltics, what they're doing in the Ukraine. We're going to get briefed about Georgia. We hope to make 2017 a year of offense. We believe that Putin has hacked into our elections in America.
What he just said, that Putin hacked into our elections in America. He said that.
So he was in bed with Obama.
Yeah. Well, he's in bed with anybody that'll go for a war.
Democracy all over the world, and it's time for new sanctions to hit him hard as an individual. His energy sector, his banking sector.
This is what I'm worried about with Trump, because I want to know why he's not pushed this guy away, why he hasn't done something to distance himself. Like they could primary Lindsey Graham and get rid of him easily.
Yeah. Well, he was having a big old willy when fucking Israel bombed Iran. Like he was all fucking giddy, like ooh. It's like, dude, you're a fucking weirdo.
Yeah, like this guy is. I'm sorry, Lindsey Graham, you're gay, dude. Just admit it. This whole thing that you're trying to pretend like you're this eligible bachelor or whatever, and you're not. You're gay. It's okay to be gay. Nobody cares. But you're denying that you're gay and pretending you're not gay makes me think somebody's got something on you because you're scared and afraid to admit that you're gay.
Yeah. A Torah fan in the chat. How are you? Sorry, Jen.
It's all right. You're all right.
It is time to push back against Putin, but be a better friend to our allies over here, including Georgia.
This is a very important trip. We just left Ukraine, where we've seen firsthand what happens when Russia
I hate her.
Crosses over into a country's independence, and we saw it in our own election with the attempt to influence our election.
We will be working for much tougher sanctions against Russia. They attacked the United States of America. The hacking was an attack.
The hacking that never happened, Mr. McCain. Nobody hacked anything. This is ridiculous. But this was all interconnected.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what I would like to do is I would like to check Lindsey Graham's inbox from Obama. I would like to and even Biden, because he was already over there cutting deals with his son.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what deals were these people involved in? Like McCain and Lindsey Graham and John McCain were like, I don't know, mate.
Anytime you ever say anything bad about McCain, oh, he was a war hero, and you're shit on his service. It's like, bro, he's a corrupt piece of shit.
Dude, like we said on my stream the other night, Trump says, you were a fucking prisoner of war. That's your biggest claim to fame, dude. It was so cold. I was like, holy
He took it in the ass, and then he was corrupt ever since.
He was involved in all types of stuff in Arizona, like a lot of there was a lot of more loan savings and loan scandal stuff that I can't remember what it was called. It was like a whole thing that he was involved in, and it kind of got brushed under the rug.
Wasn't there a bunch of election laws that were pushed by him too that were all fucking weird?
Yeah, he did a whole bunch of shit. He was I don't know. I mean, I thank him for his service. His father was a great admiral, in the Navy. He was a great man. Him, I don't know. I mean, if I'm not mistaken, I think he talked when the Viet Cong got him, and after he got shot down and got taken into custody, it sure seemed like they shot down a lot more planes. Like he might have gave out some information or something. That's all. I don't know. I'm not for sure. Yeah, I'm not for sure about that. But he got real special treatment because his father was an admiral and everything. So they were taking, anyway. I don't know. My opinion.
Vietnamese were treating him nice.
They're better than they were other people because his father was. He was like his father was a 5-star admiral or whatever, 4-star admiral, high ranking, vice chief of the Navy or something like that.
I agree with Ank H. Just quit taking oaths or enforce them. Of course. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Let's finish listening to these assholes.
And we should be treated as such, and we think their financial institutions and other aspects of the Russian economy should be addressed, and we will strongly urge our colleagues to enact more meaningful and stronger sanctions against Russia because of their attack on the United States of America.
I mean, sanctions are, it says McCain also had his hands in the Steele dossier. John McCain described how he received the Steele dossier that contains the most salacious allegations about Trump. McCain passing that garbage off to the FBI led to the terrible stuff happening. It was Lincoln Savings and Loan. Yeah, Lincoln Savings and Loan. It was a long time ago. I don't. Says Patrick 7 says from. It was my understanding he did talk. He's pretty sure he talked about it before in interviews. Yeah, I think a lot of them did. Like the one I'm trying to remember, the first guy, the Mexican guy that got shot down. The hell was his name? He was a badass. He just kept talking to him in Spanish and fucking with him. I can't remember his name. The first guy ever shot down. what's his name? Navy pilot. I can't think of his name. And he was a hero guy. And I think he was basically the longest spent the most time in captivity. He was the first person captured, and and I know every man has a breaking point. I know. I'm not saying I wouldn't do this. I'm just saying I don't know what I'm saying. Never mind. The new documents released by Tulsi Gabbard leave no doubt, none, that Barack Obama invented the phony espionage scandal to hang on the incoming Trump administration. The sole question is why? What were they trying to hide? What were they up to? What was the deal? What idiot thought this would work? Who thought it would be a good idea? Who's listening to something? I can hear it.
Me, sorry.
Oh.
What pisses you off, Jim?
When I play Jim on his show. What?
Okay.
What?
Supercell, Barbie World with a $2.99 super sticker. I don't know if that counts towards the goal. Let me look. I don't know.
It's all money, dude.
But I'm saying as far as the goal, no, it doesn't count towards the goal, unfortunately. But thank you, I appreciate it.
Well, you could do a mental.
I will count. I will mentally count it. I'm just saying it's not the goal. Yeah.
Oh, you know what we're doing on my show tomorrow night, Jim?
What's that?
Smoking the Bandit 1 and 2.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
But yeah. Susan Rice sent this email to herself January 20th, 2017, documenting a White House meeting earlier that month with President Obama and Comey and the others about the Russian hacking during the 2016 election. Rice emphasized that their work was to be done by the book. These records, first posted in 2020, have taken on new significance with the classified stuff. Yeah, it's like, yeah. President Obama told us all we had to do everything by the book. We couldn't do anything crooked. Why would she write that to herself a month later?
Note to self: don't be a dick. A cricket.
Don't to self that this happened last month, but we just want to.
Yeah, that's like the guy that kills somebody with a forklift, and the manager writes himself a note. I need to fire this guy 2 months ago. He didn't go, so who cares? That's right, Death Angels. Tomorrow night we're gonna roll down the road with Jerry Reed and Burt Reynolds and Sally Field.
Jerry Reed wrote that song "Eastbound and Down" like literally like a day or two before he was cast in the movie.
Yeah,
he literally was like,
there were so many good songwriters back then, dude. That they were just great.
He's the guy that has a really bad stutter, right? But when he sings, he doesn't.
No, that's not him.
Not
Jerry
him.
Reed doesn't have a stutter. Because he acts in the movie a lot too, dude. Like he's acting in that movie a lot. He's the truck driver.
Oh, okay. I'm thinking of someone else.
Yeah, you're talking about like Mel Tillis or something.
Mel Tillis. Okay, yeah. I'm sorry.
He had his hand in so much. Like he did the Scooby Doo, "Pretty Little Sunshine, Please All Right for Me." That was him too. Like he had his hand in so much stuff.
What's up, Roygan? My dad used to have that Trans Am. Yeah. I always wanted that Trans Am, Jim.
So nice.
And then they all got shitty looking the older I got because
Sally Field was so hot in that freaking movie. Good Lord.
Yeah. What's up, Doc? Jim's thinking about Ozzy Osbourne.
New documents reveal that Lisa Monaco attended a high-level December 9th, 2016 White House meeting ordered by Obama to cook up the intel against Trump related to Russia, along with Mary McCord, Celeste Wallander, and Victoria Nuland. Hey! The meeting was held in the Situation Room with McCabe and Brennan. All roads lead to Obama. There it is, right there. Schiffway, Brennan Boulevard, Deep State Drive, Comey Avenue, Struck Street. All there. It's all there. Yeah.
I said the other night on our show that Obama was the worst president ever for our country. Ever. He turned back race relations 100 years, Jim. Like he did. And he was proud to do it because he was so involved with all these race baiters out of Chicago. He knew what to do to get these people riled up and get BLM and all that shit started. And he was terrible.
Because he was really a globalist more than he was a deep state person, right? He's more of a globalist, Obama.
Yeah. Oh, definitely. Yeah. But then again, though, his mother was connected to the CIA.
Yeah, but he also deported a lot of people, dude. Like he got rid of a lot of people.
3 million people.
On the first term. Then he got the second term, and it all went to shit. Remember the first term, he would never make gay marriage a thing, right? He would never approve it, and then he did.
Man, he was funded by Soros for sure.
Yeah, I don't know. So it says he's going to say this: that there's definitely something conspicuously missing from these DNA files. Actual evidence that Russia hacked the DNC. Yeah, it's not there. This was Seth Rich. They call him Russia. The guy that was robbed, but without being robbed, just shot in the back of the head, walking down the street in Washington D.C., and just happened to be in the little 5 square foot area that wasn't covered by a video camera at night. But that wasn't captured by all the cameras everywhere in D.C.
I wish we could see his cell phone records on who called him to go somewhere that late at night. Like, who called you?
Oh yeah,
why were you even out in that part of town?
Hypothetical: Barack Obama's arrested. What does it look like? I imagine this, among other internal and external factors, that justify or consider prior to taking any action, especially against a former president. Does you really expect to hands up, perp walk? What happens? What would the response around the country? Obama was beloved by many. I'm not saying against it, being charged with conspiracy or treason, but delicate nature of arresting and prosecuting former presidents to be taken lightly. It's not like
who said that?
This is Flynn's son.
Flynn's son?
Yeah, Flynn's son.
Well,
but they had no problem.
Mike Flynn Jr.
They had no problem with fucking Trump being harassed in court all the time, having to sit there and listen to a judge that already called him guilty before the trial started. Remember that, Jim? Do you remember? Remember? He said,
"Well, you couldn't try him, and you couldn't try Obama in D.C. because they would do nothing but fucking." Oh, he's free to go. Bye.
Yeah, like, why is Michael Flynn saying this shit?
It just says his purpose with the post was to get the conversation going about arresting a former POTUS for treason, something that's never been done in this nation's history.
But that's the problem. See, just because it hasn't been done doesn't mean it's been right, right? Right? I mean, you got to fix the problems, dude, and we don't fix anything. We just go, well,
This guy's got a good point, though. One helpful tidbit is that the Dems spent 4 years raiding and investigating a former president, so they helped set a precedent.
And they got him labeled as a convicted felon?
Yeah.
Because they changed the laws in New York to make it work for that case.
Mm-hmm.
And he sold millions of dollars worth of T-shirts.
So. We're going to jump to the next story. I thought this was interesting. It says, ICE agents ambushed in L.A. Tow trucks stealing government vehicles mid-raid. This is next level insanity in Los Angeles. Tow truck drivers are now intentionally targeting ICE agents, stalking their vehicles during raids and towing them mid-operation while agents are detaining illegal immigrants. These guys literally wait for ICE to park, then swoop in and haul off their government vehicles. So when the agents come back, their cars are gone. It's not a joke. It's not protest. It's criminal obstruction and grand theft. I did some digging and traced the tow truck in the video used. It's California Motor Carrier Permit MCP number, and it led straight to airport towing out of Oxnard, California. They even tried scrubbing their number from Google, but too late. The logo and phone number on the truck match what's on their website, 805, whatever. Let's be clear, this isn't civil disobedience. This is potential grand theft. I'd say it's definitely a felony.
Oh, yeah.
It's also like, what is it when you disrupt an arrest? There's a charge for that, right?
Yeah. I think so. It's interfering or impeding. It says this company needs to be investigated, shut down immediately. We don't tolerate this. Let's see. So here's the video. I don't know. Let's see. The people are clapping, it looks like.
Apparently, in Los Angeles, the newest tactic to harass ICE agents is towing their vehicles while they're in the middle of detaining someone. Yeah, you heard that right. This is disgusting. Y'all check this video out.
So apparently there's a bunch of tow truck drivers in LA and around where ICE is raiding, and they're following drivers.
Oh wait. I can't. They're gonna hit me for that, right? That song.
Yeah,
you're not gonna make your ad revenue, Jim, all 48 cents.
Well, no, they can actually take your, you know what I mean. If they get it for a serious copyright claim, they can actually.
It's not serious. It's like, hey, you got to share your revenue with the artist. Okay. What? And
They
you know what the
thought they
cool
were
thing is,
slick
Jim,
by
if you
deleting
play
their
the
phone
music,
number from Google,
and
but I
tomorrow
was able
morning
to
when you wake
trace
up and
them
it
using
says
the
strike,
California
they'll erase
Motor
the
Carrier
song,
Permit
continue the
number
video.
from the truck in the video, also known as the CA number. That number led me straight to a company called Airport Towing.
Yeah, Patrick, I saw that lady. If I'm not mistaken, I think that lady's screwed. I think that she's done. She's gonna get deported, and whoever else. She's been in the country 20 years. She's still illegal, and then she pulled some kind of scam. Like, what are you thinking,
Jim? So what? Okay, I want to know who owns this tow truck company, and the owner needs to be arrested right now, and all the drivers that were
every driver, every tow truck has to be seized.
The dispatcher who tells them where these ICE agents are.
I mean, dude. Also, dude, I'm serious. They need to be looking at all these. Like, LA is giving out gift cards or whatever, or cash cards to immigrants affected by the raids or whatever. It's a scam to pay the people off to get them to go protest and stuff. They got to start tracking the money. They got to start cracking down, go after the funding. It's the only way to stop the stuff. It's how they should have stopped Antifa back in 2020 is go after the money. They need to go after the money.
Yeah, Doc. That's what he said in the video, but he's already got their number before they could scrub it. So these guys are, you know what, just close their business. I mean, they're completely obstructing federal law here, not even state law. This is federal law, dude. And
what do you got there?
God.
Oh, this lady annoys the hell out of me.
Oh, yeah.
The head of the NPR.
Oh yeah, they cut all that. All that's gone now.
She's commenting on them cutting the all the money.
Good.
For her.
Yeah.
If you're the general manager of a rural station in Iowa or Idaho, how quickly are you going to have to deal with these cuts, and how quickly could you be forced to make tough decisions?
Stations are already dealing with these cuts. We've seen layoffs of journalists, local journalists. Indiana recently cut funding, well, state funding.
Why is there a CEO of a company that is funded by the government? Honestly, why does she have a position? If they're getting their money from the government, it should be spread evenly between stations, and y'all just fucking spend it the way you need to.
Because I think it's like 25% or something. I think it's only 25% from the government. But yeah, it's still.
But that's what they claim, dude.
Yeah.
That's what they claim. But there's no way they need a CEO, and one that looks like this, especially. God, what a bitter bitch looker. Oh, she looks like a bitter bitch.
For their local public radio stations, the entire Indiana state house news team is now gone. We've seen Florida just cut its state funding, and now Florida stations are making really difficult decisions about what they can sustain. Local journalists are going to be among the first who are at risk. Broadcast coverage will also be at risk. And as I said, we're going to see stations go dark potentially in the next quarter.
What about nationally? Is the NPR newsroom at risk? How soon will you have to make difficult decisions about your staffing at the national level?
It's a great question. I think that we're going to be dealing with those decisions over the course of the next 3 to 6 months. You can't just restart a station that shuts down. Once you start punching holes in the national.
Oh, she's going to do everything she can to keep that open so that they can be a propaganda wing. Oh, absolutely.
How about you just cut everybody's pay by 25% if they want to keep their job, and that answers the question.
First of all,
you're only getting 25% from the government. Just cut their pay by 25%.
That's the whole scam on the left, is that getting government to pay for their shit.
Right.
That way they don't have to do it.
Yeah.
You know, it's Soros and all these guys. Let them pay for it if they want to.
Freaking Sesame Street has gay and lesbian content with fucking Elmo.
Yeah,
like, that's why they're in some shit. Like, really?
Well, now Elmo's out there talking about the Nazis and all that stuff. So who knows? Maybe.
Oh yeah,
he's pretty smart lately. He's been pretty smart. I've been on his side. But a tour fan is right. They don't seem to admit that most of their audience is not listening through traditional channels, and most of their audience is dead. Nobody even knows. My kids, what's NPR? They go, what? What are you talking about? Public radio? That's a thing. Like,
it's mostly old people that listen to it.
Remember, there used to be like the access television networks, Jim, of the independent network in your town you could go to and do skits and stuff. That's not around anymore.
Well, you don't need it. You got YouTube. Anybody could go on YouTube. Anybody can do anything. You don't need any of that anymore. You don't need this stuff. That's why. You know,
we definitely don't need NPR, who was, to me, a left-wing arm of their whole thing. They're not biased. I mean, they're super biased.
Yeah.
Oh, and they've been like that for years. It's not like a new thing. Oh yeah,
it's always been like that.
Right. And that's why Trump cut it. Like, I'm done. We're done. We got to stop this stuff. Make these people earn their keep. Holy crap.
She went to Congress a couple months ago before they added it to the bill, and she did nothing but make fucking excuses and you're trying to get rid of people's freedom of speech. And then Jamie Lee Curtis, I guess, came out like the other day saying they're trying to silence our voices. It's like, get the frick out of here.
Network that serves all Americans and has done so for 50 years, you will start to see that those will not be able to come back. This is infrastructure that exists that serves difficult topographies in the mountains and in the valleys across the nation. It serves large geographies in some of our most rural communities. Those will start to eventually erode, and they may do so sooner than we think.
If you're
that's a lie. She irritates me.
So this is the stuff with the towing.
California. I double-checked their website and confirmed that their logo matches the one on the truck, and the phone number listed, 805-385-3700, is a direct match.
Oh,
to
5 gifted
the
subs
one
from
shown
Hank.
in the video on the truck. So yes,
Yeah, it went
this
down to
is
$3.99
definitely
for you,
the
Jim.
company involved.
Cool.
Everyone tag ICE, tag.
Cool. Let's see who got the memberships. We got
So
Bill
they'll change
Coggins,
it
Pete,
like right away.
Don Boo, Thad the Man, and the Will Studios all received a gifted membership from Hank.
Thanks, Hank. Thanks for supporting Jim's channel.
Okay. Cool.
But to our fan, cops never had to worry about their trucks getting towed by the local towing agency. They could leave a truck. They didn't have to worry about their police car getting towed away. I mean, that's crazy. It's insanity. How come your goal count is staying at 1 though, Jim?
Because it's just super chats. It's just super chats. That's all. It's just super chats. That's all it counts. So any super chats. But
okay.
Oh, Patrick 7 just gifted one. Well, Patrick 7 gifted a membership. Thank you, Patrick. Let's see who got it. Suzanne Danielle got a gifted membership from Patrick 7. Why is my... There. All right. Let's get back to the story.
Your reps. Tag Tom Homan, whoever, spread the word.
Thank you very much,
company
Patrick.
Needs to be investigated and shut down immediately. What they did is not just reckless, it's potentially grand theft auto against a federal law enforcement agency.
Potentially.
Thank you for your attention to this matter.
This sounds like AI voice, doesn't it?
Sure does. Who speaks like that? Thank you for attention to this matter.
Sounds like a Hispanic guy who's pissed off that illegals are trying to stay in the country.
This is another video where they slash tires on ICE, I guess. Vehicles.
At what point do we just start rounding people up and sticking them on an island or something?
No, at what point don't we just start capping people?
I was trying to be a little bit more politically correct on that, but yes, that would...
In Minecraft, just cap them. I'm sorry.
It says they changed their name twice on Google. Keep changing their name. Shut the business down. Yeah, so...
the idea of being in, coming to the United States is to better yourself and to provide for your family a better life. And all they're doing is creating nothing, doing nothing, and causing crime. Get the frick out.
That's a good question, a Torah fan. The problem is, these prosecutors, they want to prosecute people, but these judges try to change the law during the case, and then it goes to another court and another court, and finally, they throw it to the Supreme Court because, unless you're some poor black guy who's getting arrested for the 5th time for, having 2 grams of pot, then you're finally going to prison or whatever. But these immigrant cases, Jim, I don't know. And why do we support the ACLU? Does the government fund them?
Oh, no. The ACLU used to do good work,
I know,
going back. But No, they were getting some funding probably through USAID or some other stuff. They get grants, I think, from things, but they're mostly just get funding through like through lawsuits and stuff. They get self-funded and people give them money. Like Elon Musk used to donate like millions of dollars a year to the ACLU. You know, like people, that's what it's rich people, they give them money and it's like tax write-offs and stuff. That's all. But they're not the American civil liberty union anymore. They're just basically the left wing.
They're the illegal immigration civil liberties union. Yeah,
basically.
Yeah,
they're just as worthless as the poverty center.
Yeah. So and then on to the next story here. We got the Trump administration hints to SCOTUS what he's been screaming at. SCOTUS must be more emphatic in reining in the lower courts. The Solicitor General John Sauer wrote to SCOTUS today in the application in the Boyle case pending before the court and said, on July 2nd, the government filed an application to vacate the district court's injunction, reinstating respondents as members of the Consumer Product Safety Commission. Because you got these lower courts that keep trying to reinstate people that Trump's fired. And even though the Supreme Court keeps saying, no, you can't do that, they keep trying to do it anyway. And so it's like this whole thing, and they keep going around and around and around. And then, so yesterday in one of those suits, the U.S. District Court for District of Columbia held that the president's removal of a member of the FTC was unlawful and reinstated the former removed member to office. Like, they keep using these laws, but none of the stuff, and even the Humphrey's executor ruling, which was something with this guy who had died, and then they say, like, oh, yeah, they gave him back pay. It was never about reinstating him. They just gave back pay to the guy. Because that's all it would be. You can't put somebody back in the office. Courts don't have the power to force the president to rehire somebody he wants to fire. It just doesn't work that way. You could make a. That's not how a court of equity works. It gives them money. That's it. It's not supposed to be putting people back in.
Do you think with these random judges are just trying to delay stuff, right?
Well, this is a plot. We got into it last night a little bit because there was this whole thing. Boasberg and these judges, they all met in March, and they talked about, we're just going to keep doing stuff. It's not like, I don't understand why they're not looking into these judges to say, wait, you just conspired to do this, that you're going to do things to try and force the administration to disobey you.
To me, that's a form of treason, Jim. To me,
it's a soft coup, I think. Yeah. The court acknowledged that the court stayed to order reinstating removed members, but the court declined to follow the precedent because they said it's not a decision on the merits. Just, it doesn't provide any substantive case law support and weighing of the equities. It's just, instead it's just reinstate the commissioner based on its own analysis. And Boyle SCOTUS should and is near certainly going to grant Trump a stay, but by sending this letter, Sauer is letting them know that until they say more, the lower courts will continue to ignore them and flood the emergency docket. It'll be interesting to see if SCOTUS gets a hit. Yeah, SCOTUS needs to say something like, stop it, like knock it off. You don't have the power to force them to hire people.
No, I actually think that the government should take responsibility and keep these fucking people out of the positions. Even if some judge says they get their job back, no, we're going to have some goddamn security guards there and you can't come back because I am the president of the United States and that's under my power. I don't give a shit.
There's a case too. I think. Yeah, I talked about it yesterday. There's a case where Trump fired 3 people from one of these boards. I think it was from PBS or from some board. I don't know. Maybe it was public broadcasting or something. And they sued to try to get reinstated. And the judge goes, no, we can't reinstate you. It just doesn't work that way. You're fired. The president has the authority to fire you. And the people just refused to leave. They're still there and doing stuff. And so they had to basically, now they're suing to try to get them to tell them to get out of there. I said, just go arrest them.
Go arrest them. They're trespassing. Right. It's trespass at this point.
Did you see the videos where everybody's hugging each other when they lost their job and shit?
That's why I said, like the State Department fired all these people, and then they're like, and the people are all sitting there clapping and on the way. I'm like, fire all those people too. If you're there and you don't have work to do, that you can stand there and do this while the people are leaving, you could be fired too.
This is like the inmates running the asylum, Jim.
Yeah, it is. It's nuts. It's nuts. Nuts. So, all right. So we got another story we're going to jump to now, which is a good one. It says this. From Kash Patel, it says stealing $250 million from hungry kids to buy mansions and luxury cars is as shameless as it gets. Proud of our FBI and there's a lot of stuff. I got a couple stories coming out of Minnesota because there's been a lot of fraud coming out of Minnesota, surprisingly.
Oh, really?
For exposing one of the worst frauds in Minnesota history and holding dozens accountable. Exploit the vulnerable will bring to justice. Patel touts FBI's dozens of convictions in a $250 million Minnesota COVID scam. It's a pandemic nutrition program theft as shameless as it gets, with 70 indicted in Minnesota.
I bet they're all white people too.
Yeah. It says right here, this guy says, they stole $250 million in broad daylight during a pandemic while preaching equity and justice on TV. Meanwhile, working class Americans were told to mask up, shut up, and watch their kids starve while nonprofits cashed in on emergency funds. Funny how none of this made it into the White House press briefings or Netflix documentaries or the DEI campaigns. Who signed off on the grants? Yeah. That's right. That's right.
A lot of people.
In a pandemic nutrition program. I think, if I'm not mistaken, a lot of these were, Ilhan Omar constituents.
That's what I'm saying. It's all. It's the what's the who's invaded Minnesota?
Shamalis.
Yeah.
Shamalis. Skinnies.
And criminals.
There's a $250 million fraud scheme that exploited a federally funded children's nutrition program during the COVID-19 pandemic has been described by FBI Director Kash Patel as one of the worst in Minnesota histories. The director told Fox News in a statement that 70 people in Minnesota have been indicted for their role in a sprawling Feeding Our Future fraud scheme during the COVID pandemic, which exploited a federal program designed to reimburse states for the cost of feeding children. Conspirators falsely claimed to have served millions of meals during the pandemic, but instead used the money for personal gain. Of the individuals indicted that have pleaded guilty, more than a dozen of the individuals are awaiting criminal trial, and the next trial will begin in August. Stealing over $250 million from kids' pandemic to fund mansions and cars is shameless, Patel said in a statement. Proud of the FBI and their partners for dismantling this web of corruption, holding dozens accountable, and sending a clear message. If you exploit the vulnerable, we'll find you and bring you to justice.
Okay, so here's my question, Jim. Was this under Biden's FBI when it started? Were they investigating this? Because this is quick. I mean...
I don't know.
I mean, if it is, it is. I mean, that's fine. I mean, I still want to give the FBI credit if they're doing work like this, and no matter who's the president, right? I mean, I don't give a shit if it's.
Well, this is what they're supposed to be doing. They're not supposed to be running around targeting parents, which I have that story.
They're not supposed to be politically aligned. They're supposed to be out there, stopping this nonsense.
Yeah. There's conspirators charged in the scheme are accused of fabricating invoices, submitting fake attendance records, falsely distributing thousands of meals from hundreds of so-called food distribution sites across the state, taking advantage of the U.S. Department of Agriculture's decision to waive for the duration of the pandemic many of its standard requirements for participating in the federal child nutrition program. So it's like not SNAP, but it's close to SNAP. It's CHIP, I think it is, childhood health or whatever. It's like a CHIP program.
Yeah, it's like free school for kids that are.
Yeah, because of the pandemic, they relaxed. As soon as they relaxed the.
Do you think it's all? Do you think it seems like that every time there is something that somebody could take advantage of, they always lack stuff, and there's always corruption. It almost seems like they use it as an excuse every single time.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
So this charging documents show that roughly 300 food sites served little or no food, and the food vendors fabricated to launder money intended to reimburse the cost of feeding children. The investigation resulted in trials and indictments continuing to impact the state and have already touched off legislative reform in Minnesota. Oh, sure they did. We got caught. We got to figure out a way so we don't get caught next time. They added the investigation of fraud remains ongoing. Additional charges are expected, though they did not immediately share more details.
Yeah, but how much? I mean, it's like a 5-year sentence or some nonsense. Like, oh, it's fraud. Oh, you took money. Okay, you get 5 years in prison.
Stealing from the government equates to stealing from the American people. Yes, we understand. Egregious fraud. The Feeding Our Future case epitomizes a profound betrayal of trust. These individuals misappropriated hundreds of millions of dollars in federal funds to nourish vulnerable children during a time of crisis. Redirected those resources into luxury homes, high-end vehicles, and extravagant lifestyles while families faced hardship.
Black Lives Matter did the exact same thing.
Yeah. We will uncover their schemes, dismantle their networks, and ensure they are held accountable.
Yeah, but are we going to give the money to the kids that didn't get their food? No, of course not. No, we're not going to do that. We're just going to say, oh, they were bad. Yeah. I didn't even know that there was a COVID program. I didn't get one penny during COVID. Not 1 cent.
I had to work.
Me
I worked
too.
the entire time.
Yeah, I didn't get a day off. So my boss, the owner of my company, got money, but I didn't get any money. So whatever.
Oh, there's a bunch of scams of people taking money, or you know how they were giving those grants out for people that that couldn't work or something, so they were giving people money. There were so many freaking people that were taking money that millions and millions of dollars, and they would say it's for my road manager, and then they would just pocket the money.
Yeah, my boss got us all designated as what they call those workers back then.
Mandatory.
Not mandatory, like necessary or whatever it was, right? He got us declared that like in 5 fucking minutes. So after about 4 days, we're out on the road visiting customers, if I went in and the chick told me to wear a mask, I would say, hey, you tell them to meet me outside. I'm not wearing a mask. I'm not doing it.
Super spreader. He's being a super spreader.
Yep. But I'm not going in with a mask.
That shit was so stupid.
Essential workers, yes. Essential workers.
Essential workers.
I was an essential worker because I was selling equipment.
Yeah, it's terrible. Well, let's jump to another story now. We got this. It says, breaking news, Trump just secured America's first federal crypto law, and it's totally a game changer. The Genius Act just passed Congress and is headed to his desk. It's about making the U.S. the crypto capital of the world. Bitcoin, yeah. The votes were solid. House 308 to 122. The Senate 68 to 30. White House signing ceremony. See, this scares me because it was bipartisan. So that means like whenever it's bipartisan, I go, okay.
What's up?
What's going on here? How long ago did this post go up, Jim?
This was just yesterday, I think, or earlier today, last night or something. It's not that old. It's the first time ever the U.S. has passed a full crypto regulatory framework, and it's because Trump pushed hard for it. So the regulatory framework, see, that makes me say, so they're regulating crypto.
See, I don't like this at all. I thought this was the alternate economy to the banks and all that stuff. I don't like it. I'm just saying. I just noticed in my crypto, whenever the stock market goes down, my crypto goes down.
See, I don't understand. It says July 16th. It said Trump just flipped the holdouts after 12 GOP rebels tanked the House crypto vote. Trump pulled them to the Oval Office and he got them to flip. But here's the thing: is how did 12 Republicans hold it up if the vote was 308 to 122 in the House? That doesn't make any sense. So what? Because they didn't have all the Republicans, the Democrats refused to vote for it, or did they change it to get the Democrats to come along?
So I guess converting those 12 made the Democrats ride the fucking train with them. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. Doesn't make sense. Something doesn't make sense about it. I'm gonna have to look.
What was the thing that they voted on last night or the night before, where they were all night voting on something? It was some sort of other currency thing.
This might have been this. I don't know.
I thought it was.
Might have been this.
There was something that got rejected that the Democrats had put. Something about regulating money or something. Let me look it up. I'd seen it like this morning or something.
Yeah, exactly. Patrick says the question is what pork they added. Yeah. It is guiding and establishing national innovation for U.S. stablecoins. It gives stablecoin, crypto pegged to the dollar, a federal framework, not bureaucratic. And it strengthens the dollar in digital markets without surveillance state. I don't know if no CBDCs ever. Thanks to Trump's January 23rd EO banning central bank digital currencies. House Republicans also passed the Anti-CBDC Surveillance State Act 219 to 210. Maybe this is what you're talking about, the anti-surveillance state.
Yeah.
There aren't enough votes in the Senate, so they attached it to the NDAA. CBDC, China-style financial surveillance, Trump order, plus the Emmer's bill, no digital dollar run by the deep state. The message is clear. You will not be tracked. You will not be controlled. Attaching our anti-CBDC Surveillance State Act to the NDAA will ensure unelected bureaucrats are never allowed to trade America's financial privacy for a CCP-style surveillance tool. POTUS has made it clear our legislation is a key part of our America First agenda, and we will deliver it.
Well, they want to be able to shut you down if they don't like you.
Yeah.
Plain simple.
So the regulation is crypto is crypto and leave them alone. Quit messing with people?
I don't know. But on Hyphenate, it says that he's heard from some real credible conservative voices that say the crypto bill is a real slippery slope. Yeah, I don't know enough about it really to. I haven't looked into it. You know, I'm generally not in favor of more. I'm always in favor of less regulation.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
you know, not more. You know, Speaker Mike Johnson says all House Republicans are for truth and transparency. We know President Trump can be trusted to make the right decisions. This wouldn't have passed without Trump's direct intervention. He personally met with defectors. They flipped overnight. Yeah, it says meeting 11 of the 12 congressmen necessary to pass the Jesus Act, and after a short discussion. See, but this is what I'm saying. So if he needed to get these people to pass it, how did the vote become 300 or whatever to...
I think it was the second thing you pulled down, Jim, where it was like 210 to 206 or something like that. I think that was the part that got swayed. I think the big bill got swayed, but not the second part where they couldn't surveil you is what...
I don't understand this. It says stable coins are dollar weapons. They cut U.S. borrowing costs, boost demand for treasuries, expand global dollar. I don't know. How does he come up with this? What's all without inflation? I don't know. Let's see what this is. David Sachs. Let's hear what he's got to say.
So President Trump assigned us this mission of winning the AI race, and there's really three ways that I think we do that. Number one is innovation. We have to outcompete our global adversaries. There's just no substitute for innovation. You can't regulate your way to winning the AI race. And in the United States, the innovation is done by the private sector. So it's really the job of government to enable the private sector and get the red tape out of the way. And you're seeing that with respect to energy here in Pennsylvania. Number two is AI infrastructure. We have to have the biggest, the most, the best AI infrastructure. AI applications are very power hungry. These new data centers consume a lot of electricity. We're going to need to make big new investments in power generation and in our grid. And again, that's what we're doing here in Pennsylvania. So we have to, again, drill, baby, drill, and we've got to build more AI infrastructure. And the third is AI exports. We have to basically export American technology around the world. We have to make it the global standard. In Silicon Valley, we understand that the companies that win are the ones that create the biggest ecosystems. They have the most developers on their platform. They have the most apps in their app store. In a similar way, we want American technology to be the global standard. We want the most people using it. We want data centers across the world to be adopting the American technology stack. And so we want to have a mentality of expanding adoption and diffusion of American technology. And so that's how we win the AI race.
I just don't understand how we're basing our economy on AI.
I don't get it either. I don't understand.
On AI of all things.
Yeah, like, AI. I don't get it. I don't get it either. You know, does Trump's in Nashville in 2024? The United States will be the crypto capital of the planet and Bitcoin superpower of the world. Today, with the Genius Act, he delivered. Bitcoin just hit 123,000. Crypto markets are surging. I wish I would have bought some more Bitcoin. The Clarity Act also passed this week, establishes a full U.S. crypto market structure heading to the Senate now, 294 to 134. Trump's agenda is a complete digital financial system that protects freedom, fuels growth, and strengthens the dollar. See, this is what I'm saying. So if the Genius Act passed 307 to 122 and the Clarity Act passed 294 to 134, how, you know, just rewrote the rules of global finance, stablecoin regulation, CBDC ban, full crypto market reform, U.S. dollar dominance. Crypto Week is a resounding success.
Patrick says, and oddly enough, they just passed the bill that keeps them from regulating AI for 10 years. Wow.
It keeps the states from regulating AI, if I'm not mistaken. The federal government, they don't want states, each state doing regulation of AI is what I think it is. I think it's to keep like California or New York and people coming up like, oh, we want to do this, and have like different rules, and then just causing a problem. I think that's what it is, but I could be wrong. And jumping to another story, which has been in the news lately, the cover-up continues. Another former aide of the Biden administration, Annie Tomasini, has also pled the fifth to testify who was running the White House during Biden's presidency. She's the third to plead the fifth in this probe, following Joe Biden's advisor, Anthony Bernal, and White House physician Kevin O'Connor. Yeah.
I think that's a nothing burger.
We've got some breaking news right now. We were watching the testimony of this woman here, Annie Tomasini. She's the former senior advisor to President Joe Biden. She was the third person set to appear before James Comer's committee. She has now taken the fifth. So the doctor, the aide to Joe Biden, and now Ms. Tomasini have all done the same. behind closed doors. Now, James Comey is the chairman of the committee, the Republican out of Kentucky. He said this in a statement. It's a long statement. I'll just read one line. There is now a pattern of key Biden confidants seeking to shield themselves from criminal liability for this potential conspiracy. End quote there. We'll see who goes next. They have put out a series.
I don't know that there's that. The only bills that will require super majorities that I know of is like treaties. That you require, like treaties require like 66 votes or 2/3 of the Senate.
Well, adding an amendment too, right?
And, well, yeah, like an amendment to the Constitution, but that would also have to go to like 3/4 of the states have to approve it too. So an amendment to the Constitution, which we haven't done one of those in a long time. So I appreciate the $2. That's Angel Shadow, but I don't know why. Yeah, I don't. Like the only thing that you have is like generally it's just a majority in the House and Senate, and then they have like the filibuster where to end cloture you need 60 votes to end cloture, but. And so sometimes they'll play games where they'll let they'll like, oh well, we'll let them end cloture, but then we're going to vote against it and just get 50 or whatever, 52, 53 or whatever. There's a way to get around it in the Senate.
Yeah, I think this story is a nothing burger because Biden probably just relied on his aides, and then he went to some of the main people in Congress and said, "Okay, this is what we want to do." You know what I mean? Like.
Yeah, I agree. I just, they're gonna. Well, I mean, there's nothing you can do about it. They're going to plead the fifth, and unless there's no way, it's just what it is. I mean, that's the difference. Is like,
the auto pen thing you can get them on because you can't claim somebody signed it and they didn't.
Right. Well, I mean, but
so you get them on the auto pen.
The thing that I don't understand is like why. It seems like that's what always happens with the Democrats. Is you got like things that happened with Lois Lerner. Remember, she went in and pled the fifth about the targeting that they did under Obama and the IRS, and they always plead the fifth. So that they don't have to say anything, and then or refuse to Eric Holder was able to refuse to testify to Congress. Remember, and nothing ever happened to him. But yet, when the Trump people did it, like they got arrested. They arrested Navarro. They arrested Steve Bannon.
It always leans one way, of course.
Yeah, they arrested Roger Stoll. Like all those people should have just pled the fifth. I guess that's what you should just do. Is go into Congress. They actually just go, I plead the fifth. Just refuse to talk to Congress. That's what everyone should do. Just go, I plead the fifth. I ain't talking to you. Just be like, whatever, because then I guess that's the only. Otherwise, they're going to try and screw you. I don't know. But this is a next story. It says Trump just launched a 4-front assault on Biden's war against industry: coal, steel, chemicals, and medical sterilization. Wait a minute. Medical sterilization? So like trans surgeries? No. Biden did everything in his power to strangle American industry. Trump is energizing it. Energizing. Energized. Wow, look at that. Look at a lot of white people there behind him. Wonder if he planned it that way.
Is he in the U.S. though?
Yeah. Under Biden, the EPA acted like an economic suicide bomber. They dropped unworkable regulations on power plants, steel mills, chemical factories, medical sterilizer suppliers. The results? Massive costs. I mean, why do they keep throwing the medical sterilizer suppliers in there? That's like a weird thing to put in there, like specific. Like autoclaves, is that what they're talking about? Or, people that just use like the boiling water? Is that what it is? Like a sterilizer? It's like an autoclave, right? You put it in there, it steams it, brings it up to like 200, 400 degrees or whatever, it kills all the germs. The results, massive costs, supply chains collapse, and a national security risk. Trump said no more. That's right, no more. Green New Deal, no way. Trump's first target, medical sterilization. Half of all medical tools, surgical instruments, IVs, catheters are sterilized using ethylene oxide. Biden's EPA nearly banned it, ignoring hospital warnings. Trump halted the regulation. No sterilization crisis on his watch. What's this? This a judge blocked Tong Baby Colbert show from being pulled? Are you serious? You're saying how can a judge block them from canceling the show? Then he judges business. That doesn't make any sense. Second target, coal. Biden tried to mandate tech that doesn't even exist yet. Power plants face shutdown. Blackouts were coming. Trump issued a 2-year reprieve, buying time to repeal the rule altogether and save the grid. 5 top startups developing clean coal technologies.
Oh my God.
Clean coal. Third front, chemical manufacturing. Biden's EPA demanded compliance with emissions. Tech nobody can install. The cost, foreign dependence, lost jobs, and broken supply chains. Trump's move, regulatory relief, and a new approach. America first, not China reliant. That's right. That's what I thought, Bar. That's what I thought, Bar, when they were talking about sterilizing children. That's what I thought it was about with the medical sterilization. I was like, what are they talking about? Yeah, Trump also brought back high flow toilets. Yeah, and the high flow showers. That's right, man.
He did?
Oh yeah, he got rid of that. Fourth, steel.
The flow was terrible.
Yeah, Biden's EPA aimed to shutter taconite plants, critical for U.S. steel and concrete production, the very backbone of national defense. Trump extended the deadline, protected the industry, and called it what it is, a matter of national survival. Somebody rate us or something? It's done a big jump, viewers.
What's that?
Got a big jump in viewers. So I was just wondering what happened.
Oh.
They like you.
It's Kevin. Kevin showed up.
Yeah.
It could be.
Kevin brought the party.
It's not just deregulation. America's industrial base has been under siege for years from within. Yeah, the EPA is part of the reason, they keep talking about bringing chips back to bring the manufacturing of chips, but the EPA is going to have to scale back a lot of stuff because that's what drove the chip manufacturing out of the country was the rules. Because it's dirty. It's dirty making chips, making silicone stuff, making the chips. So, America's industry
making stuff here for sure.
Right, we do, but that's what I'm saying. The EPA is going to have to. They're going to have to ease up a little bit. They're going to have not saying we need to poison anybody or we're going to do anything bad, but they need to come up with figure out ways to do it that's safe and effective.
We're not bringing asbestos back.
Yeah.
But Jim, it's not even industry. It's cities are under attack by the EPA with their water systems and their sewer systems. And they tell these people they're out of compliance all the time. And they offer them grant money for the next 20 years so that they can build a sewage plant or a water treatment plant. And these small towns are in debt to the government of Illinois for the next 20 years. And there was nothing wrong with their pond system at all. There just wasn't.
Well, on Jim's channel, Dave eats. Back in the day, Jim ate on Dave's channel. This is Bizarro World. Upside down, backwards.
I'm not the host.
Yeah. Trump's actions this week weren't tweaks. They were emergency measures to save the engine of national power. It's also a blueprint for the next Trump term. No, not just cutting red tape, we're building American power, energy security, supply chain independence, strategic industrial protection, national defense readiness. This will make America great again in practice. We do. We need to bring the manufacturing back. And here's that story that people were talking about, Trump reopening Alcatraz. Oh, I look at yeah, and Tor fan says, and Dave is derailing Jim's channel just like Jim derails every other channel.
All right, I'll leave. See you, Jim.
No, you're fine, Dave.
Are you sure?
Don't worry about it. Yeah, you're fine. You're not derailing anything. I derailed myself. Trump is reopening Alcatraz. Bondi and Burgum just toured it in preparation, not as a museum, not as a tourist trap, as a real prison for the worst of the worst, violent criminals, illegal alien repeat offenders. Here's what just happened and why. Hey, here's Kevin Pastrano for a 99-cent. There you go. He must want us to go long. I don't know. Yeah, so everybody, we do have 3 now super chats out of, we have 20 minutes left to get 27 super chats of any size, any shape, any color to go for an extra 2 hours or so and do a special crazy thing. So anyway, so yeah. There's the rock. Alligator Alcatraz is awesome. I'd like to see Polar Bear Prison. There's Kevin with another 99 cents. He must be trying to get me to go long tonight. So you get a bunch of people that give me $1 each and then we'll keep going. But the real Alcatraz, wow, just wow. No one's going to want to mess with that. And detention spaces is the biggest bottleneck, blocking the scale of mass deportations we need. So yesterday, AG Bondi and Interior Secretary Doug Burgum toured Alcatraz, the legendary island prison office. They toured it. Their mission: evaluate how fast it can reopen, return it to federal control, house illegal aliens and America's most dangerous felons. There, Kevin with another one for another 99 cents. We're knocking them down now. Knocking them down. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So yeah, we're getting there. We're getting there. Got another one. We're getting there. We're getting there. Slowly but surely. President Trump isn't bluffing. In May, he ordered that Alcatraz reopen to expand to house violent offenders and criminal illegals. His words: "We will no longer tolerate serial offenders who spread filth, bloodshed, and mayhem on our streets." Plans to reopen Alcatraz. There's Kevin with another 99 cents. Man, coming through again.
This credit card company going to say, "What the fuck is going on?"
I don't know. The symbolism is perfect. No one ever escaped. I think one person did, though, didn't they? Didn't one person supposedly, they think, surrounded by shark-infested water, cold, hard, and impossible to get out? Yeah, but Sean Connery was able to get in with Nicolas Cage. I saw the movie.
I saw it too. Anytime.
If you prey on Americans, you'll be removed from society permanently. Oh, Bobby World with a super sticker for $2.99. There's Doc with $1. We're gonna start coming. Yep. $2.99 super sticker from Bobby World. Thank you very much. And Doc with $1 coming in hard and heavy. But people are trying to get us to go long here tonight. We got 8 out of 30 going. 8 out of 30.
See what happens when I get popcorn?
Yeah.
That wasn't from your local cinema, was it, Dave? Yeah, no. We were talking about that yesterday about people going and.
It's from my local farm. It's from my local farm and fleet store. It's like a bag.
Yeah, a tour fan. I understand how math works and all that, but the point was to get 30 people to just super chat any amounts, even if it's just $1 or whatever. That's the whole point behind it, so that people, would tell me that they want to be engaged and want me to, to keep going. That's all. That's why it's not like a
psychological Toria fan. It's psychological.
Hank says I need to count gifted memberships to Dave. Why would I count gifted memberships to Dave?
Oh yeah, Kevin, The Rock is great.
I do too, Patrick.
Oh, Patrick Seven says he blames Obama for everything. Yeah, Obama is to blame for a lot. Yeah, Alcatraz once held Al Capone, Machine Gun Kelly, Alvin Karpis, Arthur Barker. It also held Charles Manson.
Yep.
It also held Whitey Bulger.
It also held Clint Eastwood. I saw the movie.
Yeah. It was closed in 1963. Now, 60 years later, it returns because America needs it again. Leftists are melting down. Yeah. It also held Sean Connery, but he escaped.
110-year-old Nancy Pelosi has something to say.
Yeah.
Is she still there?
Yeah. Pelosi called the plan absurd and vowed to block it because, of course, she did. She lives in San Francisco, the same city her policies turned into a lawless dystopia. She's like, it's a wraparound smear. This is part of Trump's broader push to restore law and order. Mass deportations, ICE raids, death penalties for human traffickers, military tribunals for cartel leaders.
Wow.
I didn't know about that. And now Alcatraz 2.0. It's long overdue. I mean, yeah, like this guy go like maybe just send him to Gitmo. We already got the Gitmo. Gitmo is good enough for me.
Nah, I kind of like the idea that Alcatraz is a place where these fucking Californians might spend the rest of their fucking life again.
I don't know, because I think isn't it considered a national park or something?
It's still a federal. It's a federal place.
Yeah, it's been a museum and you can take tours, but yeah.
I'm just wondering what the is it? Did they return it to the state of California, or is it a national park? Is it in federal control? Currently, no federal prisons in Alaska. Well, they could have polar bear Alcatraz or whatever, or polar bear party or something, or Arctic Alcatraz, Arctic Traz.
Well, that would be cruel and unusual punishment. We don't want our criminals to go through that, Jim. Oh my God.
Well, Alaska has the most criminals per capita, like escaped criminals per capita, because nobody wants to go to Alaska to try to find them.
They also have the most missing persons per capita.
So,
like, not even close.
Yeah, that's a good place to have a fucking prison, because people are like, fuck that.
Well, since people are doing a push to get to the Alcatraz. There we go.
Hey,
Yeah.
Hank, I agree. If we made Congress report to work every day at Alcatraz, they'd only show up 3 months a year, like they did in the old days, when this country was founded.
But since everybody's doing a push to try to get to the 30 super chats, I will say there is a special bonus if we do get there. I have 2 wacky stories that set up for, like, one of them's about the coming apocalypse, and another one's about crazy geological finds and stuff, like kind of conspiracy theory wacky-do stuff to go through. So that I'll pull out, the old Theory Thursday move, throw it in there.
There you go.
The Toro fan, I completely agree. They need term limits. They need to only work a couple times a year.
San Francisco. Any politician responsible for a city with its own human feces poop map should just shit down and shut up. I agree.
Yep. Yeah. Imagine
Hollywood's the same way. Hollywood's disgusting too.
Well, Louisville ain't no place of pleasure, dude. It's a homeless, fucking terrible place.
Sure, Kevin, if you want, you could do that. That's fine.
Yeah,
I'll let you cheat. Cheat the system.
It's so generous of him, isn't it, Kevin?
It is. But
Wow. Hey, chat. Kevin's going to take all the pressure off of you guys.
Did you guys see Cecil's new campaign? No, Cecil's got a new campaign. Let's see it. Did you guys see did you guys check out Ethan's new campaign, the new books at all? Or
no.
Oh, here we go. It's always something. Gail Envoy. Yeah, there you go. Thank you. It's always something. Hey, Rosanna Zanadana. How you doing? Rosanna Zanadana?
Oh, that's great.
Now, Kevin, you only need to contribute 15.
No.
2 note hours.
Okay. All right. There we go.
Are we going to play music for 2 hours?
No. Elvis was seen on Alcatraz. Oh, there we go. Panzer Corps Cobra is kicking my ass again. Oh, and then dollar super chats are fun. YouTube loses money. Yeah, keep going. You guys can keep going. That's fine. Because I'm going to keep going. And then here we go. So, this was some bad news I saw. It's another story coming out of LA today. I saw this. It was pretty rough. It says, spoke to U.S. Attorney SA about what appears to be a horrific incident that occurred. 3 law enforcement officers died at a training facility in Los Angeles. Federal agents are on the scene, and we're working to learn more. Please pray for the families of the sheriff's deputies killed. Yeah. Newsom ambassador triggered these people to carry out these attacks. I don't know if it's an attack. I like Jim off the Dayquil too. I prefer not to be on the Dayquil. So media is reporting at least 3 people were killed in an explosion at the incident. The sheriff's I don't understand what the explosion could have been. It's confusing to me. What this explosion was.
This is Los Angeles, and now Fox News is learning that at least 3 people have died after a possible explosion at a Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department facility. Jonathan
maybe it was a pipeline.
And Jonathan, I hold my breath here. Law enforcement. What is this? What happened?
Well, Harris, very few details at this point, but what we are learning is that large LA Sheriff's facility east of downtown Los Angeles, there was some sort of explosion.
What kind of accent is this guy reporting on American news for?
An hour or so ago.
They like to use British people because they think it makes them sound smarter.
It makes me disgusted.
In that explosion. Now, some critical information we're being sort of led towards here, not confirmed at this point, though, but in the early going, it appears
that was bad.
to be, Harris, that this was some sort of accident, possibly involving some sort of training. And I should point out that at this particular LA Sheriff's facility, they do have bomb squad training facilities there. They have SWAT teams that also train there.
I don't think when they're doing bomb squad training, though, they're supposed to work with actual bombs. It doesn't seem like that would make a lot of sense to work with actual bombs, right? Seems dangerous to do training with real bombs.
Well, didn't you train in a Navy with real bullets?
No.
For the target practice, you did.
Yeah, but you didn't like.
I'm kidding, Jim. I'm fucking around. I'm just kidding.
Yeah, no, I mean, we didn't do training. We didn't shoot real torpedoes at other ships like that we were doing training exercises.
I was joking.
You know, like,
it was no live rounds going at your. Yeah, this could be a gas explosion too. Like, it could be anything. Tragic.
That is the way we are being led in our reporting right now, but we are still obviously just less than an hour since this explosion happened in the very early going here. But the tragic news that is being confirmed to us, Harris, is that 3 people are dead at this LA Sheriff's Department facility in East LA this morning.
Oh, so they're not even cops. They're just 3 people.
We know at this point.
3 sheriffs. No, 3 sheriffs, I think. 3 sheriffs.
Well, he just said 3 people dead, not 3 sheriffs dead. Like,
yeah, it's just 3 dead, maybe more. Is it more Democrat terrorism? Maybe the Dems ramping up the hate and violence. See, a lot of people are assuming that it's, assuming that it's some kind of attack. But I haven't heard that it's an attack yet. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know, but I haven't heard anything. It's breaking out of our LA news producer. Multiple law enforcement sources that 3 people are dead after an explosion at the LA County Sheriff's Training Facility in East LA this morning. Oh, they were born in East LA. Sheriffs are people.
yes.
Yeah, but you spelled that wrong. It's there's no A in that.
Toro fans trying to be a funny.
But they use simunition now, a synthetic ammo that they use in real guns. It's a lot of fun to practice. The ATF outlawed it a few years ago because of militias. Yeah. Yeah, they used to do like a little pop and like a little thing on the top. Yeah, but yeah.
They give us a charged fire hose.
Well, yeah, no, you had to do firefighting training. But
No, I
that was fun. Mm-hmm. Three deaths are now confirmed to be LA County Sheriff's deputies.
Okay.
The FBI Los Angeles office tells us they are now responding to the scene. Initial indications are being told this appears to be a terrible accident.
So why is the FBI responding to a state thing?
Exactly.
I don't know.
No, I'm just
And this one says, "I'm tired of praying every time innocent people are killed by left-wing radicals." See, why do people keep saying this?
and he's got a Razorback American flag.
I don't get it. Why do they keep saying that? Yeah. So, well, anyway, we'll give a moment of silence, thoughts and prayers, and all that good stuff for these 3 people that died. All right, on to the next story. Scandal alert. 85 autism centers in Minnesota caught in massive Medicaid fraud probe. Oh, another scandal with them stealing money in Minnesota. What do you know?
Crazy.
They went from billing $1.2 million in 2017 to a whopping $228 million billed in 2024. Now, 1 in 5 autism clinics in the state are under investigation. Huh.
Isn't this the same city that had George Floyd defund the police? The where they took over like the parts of the city and they fucking put all the walls and shit up. I mean, this place is a shithole.
But Democrats say fraud never happens. Let's see, we got a nice video here. Listen to.
Take a look at this graph showing the explosion in this program. This is the amount of money the state has paid in Medicaid claims to autism treatment providers using your tax dollars. You can see in 2017, not that much, just more than $1 million. But you see the gradual growth here. In 2021, more than $80 million. But look at last year, more than $220 million paid out in claims with a grand total of just shy of $700 million. This is what state investigators are now looking at, soaring costs and questioning how many providers are doing real work.
Oh, I get what you guys are saying, but doctors are claiming everybody's autism now. Like everybody's got an autism. Like if you're
everybody does.
Yeah. No more ADHD. They're autistic. Yeah.
There's so much fraud in Minnesota. Look at this update scandal ticker includes HSS. Look at the money. They're feeding our future. The This was that Feeding Our Future, that thing we were talking about, right? That was 300 million. That was the other thing that was a scam that they busted $250 million in fraud. So the estimated amount was 300 million. This child care assistance program, 100 million. Wow.
Unemployment
New way.
were on there 2 times. Wow. Bunch of Somalis live in Minnesota, right? Or Minneapolis?
Yeah. So here's the news story about it. Right here. So dozens of autism treatment centers under investigation amid crackdown for fraud. Since they do not sell. What? What the fuck is this?
Don't sell your personal information. Yeah.
Okay. What the hell? What? Let me get rid of it.
Buy it back.
About the cookies.
Anyway, I don't know. Whatever. It pissed me off. It's going to be there. Treatment centers who are supposed to help people with autism in Minnesota are now under investigation. Yeah. He's raising his son and not allowing him to play on tablets and phones. He's already got him reading at a middle school level at age 6. He's a polite boy and very smart. It's not hard. It's just that people don't know how to raise their kids anymore. Hey, John Mosley, thank you for $1.99. Greatly appreciated. We're gonna knock that goal out and go an extra 2 hours. It's already knocked out, but just go ahead and keep contributing. We're just gonna keep going. They don't want excuses. They just want better living through chemistry. Yeah. Oh, it says they heard earlier that bomb squad confiscated 3 homemade bombs and those might have exploded at the parking lot. Well, it's possible. Oof. Well, that would be bad if that's what happened, that they were bringing something in and it exploded before they got them into the thing. So KSTP reported an alleged issue with payouts at clinics and organizations that deal with early intervention for kids with autism. The state's Department of Human Services has paid out $700 million since the program began 10 years ago. There's growing concern regarding providers actually doing their jobs. It strikes me as a core that people are stealing from the program. Shireen Gandhi, a temporary commissioner of DHS. 85 centers in Minnesota caught in massive Medicaid fraud probe. They went from billing $1.2 million in 2017 to a whopping $228 million in 2024. Now, 1 in 5 clinics in the state are under investigation. Democrats say Smart Therapy in Minneapolis and Star Autism Center in St. Cloud were raided by federal agents under allegations that they billed for services that were never provided. Go figure. They amounted to more than $20 million being fraudulently billed per a federal search warrant. Ooh, nilly. Since the raids, other centers have been given unannounced compliance visits. Unannounced visits, aren't those called raids? We are visiting every single one, they said. We're visiting 270 locations since last November. There are now 85 open investigations to clinics that provide autism services. That amounts to 20% of the state. Wow. They emphasize that an open investigation is not an indication of fraud. It just allows the state to see if there's evidence of fraud, waste, or abuse per the outlet. There was such a high need for autism services in Minnesota when the state began offering it that it's an unlicensed service, so there aren't the same structures in place. So it's unlicensed. They don't have any licensing to treat people for autism. I thought they needed to be like doctors, right? What's going on? So just anybody could just open an autism treatment center?
I mean, at this point, is it just human nature that people are going to try to
steal
exploit and take as much advantage of everything as they possibly can? It seems like you get rid of some people, and here comes some other assholes that try to take over the system, and they're corrupt, and it never goes away.
Our targets, every time we see a non-American name in government position, pay attention to European news for a preview. Yeah, we have good. I know. I've been seeing a lot. I've seen a lot of that. So that's that story, and then we'll jump over here. Got another story. So it's the same thing. It's from this. Hundreds of autism centers popped up to meet demand in Minnesota. Now 85 are under investigation. So it's like what happened was they said, oh, we're going to start giving money for autism in Minnesota. And so so we got
tonight, 1 in Autism Centers in Minnesota is now under investigation after a state crackdown on fraud.
What happened?
That's millions of your tax dollars at risk and millions more potentially on the way.
Investigative reporter Ryan Raish has been looking into this for months. He sat down with the head of the program to ask why the sudden crackdown is happening now.
3, 2, 1.
This energetic 8-year-old from Woodbury may be a poster child for how early intervention for kids with autism can radically change how they grow.
I definitely think he'd be a different child. You know, you get this diagnosis and you're like, what am I supposed to do?
Tyler Sims' diagnosis came at the age of 2, just as autism providers in Minnesota started to take off. Back then, there were around 50 providers in the state. Today, it's more like 450 providers, treating a portion of the estimated 55,000 kids with autism. This Medicaid program has exploded with real demand. But there are growing questions from state officials of how many providers are doing real work. 5 Investigates has learned there is now 85 open investigations, meaning 20% of all autism providers in the state are now under the microscope. That's 3 times what they were seeing from last fall.
It strikes me to my core that people are stealing from the program.
Oh, yeah.
Shireen Gandhi is the temporary commissioner.
Who would ever think that people would steal from the government when people are just giving money away and they're not really checking and there's no license requirement and you just go, yeah, we're going to help these kids. They go, oh, how much you need? Well, give us the money. Oh, here you go. Thanks. Bye.
I think it's from the top. These people that are investigating are the ones that saying, hey, this autism thing can make us some money. There's not really any regulations on it.
Just everything. It's always money. It's like the same thing that's happened. Like, oh, let's see. They came up with, oh, we're going to try to fix homelessness. We're going to put all this money into homelessness. Guess what? They stole all the money for the homeless. They don't solve the homeless problem. They don't solve the problems. They just figure out a way to get more money and just take money from it. Same thing with the, they do it with the feed the hungry and do this and climate change.
And listen to people. Yeah, okay.
Of the State Department of Human Services. It's
wait. She's in charge of the State Department. Like the state didn't notice.
That is
it took the state 8 years to notice, Jim. Come on, man.
Yeah, I mean, look at the money. Here's the money that they were spending. Look at in 2017 they had 15,720 claims or whatever for $1 million or whatever, and then they paid back 1.2, and then it went like boop boop, and then it like almost went up by 50%. Almost looks like it went from 15,000 to 22, and then it went from 22, so it tripled from 2018 to 2019, and then it went up almost double again. From 2019 to 2020, then doubled again from 2020 to 2021, doubled again from 20, you know what I mean? So it just keeps doubling.
So but nobody noticed, Jim. It took them 8 years to notice. Like, oh my God.
That's freaking wild.
Yeah, look, but if you go look at the money, go for like it went from 1 million, like 1.2 million they paid out to 2.2 million they paid out to almost 20 million they paid out, and almost 33 million, then 80 million, then 130 million, then 200 million.
Like 183 and 279, 400 and another 400, dude.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
I mean, who keeps an eye on the regulations? It's got to be people from Congress or state.
Well, this is all state level, I think, because that's the thing that's because the state pays. But that's why the state that's why illegals aren't been on a lot of Medicaid is because the states pay it, then they just file for reimbursement from the feds, even though the feds say illegals can't be on Medicaid. The states do weird things where they can.
On Medicaid, right?
Okay, wait. So it's just a word so he can prepare what? What's wrong, SB Farmer? I'm sorry. What's wrong? What happened? I'm confused. What happened?
Just a word so I can prepare.
Prepare what? I don't know what he means.
I don't know.
But yeah.
Axis. Okay, now I know. I play Axis.
Ah.
Yeah, there has to be somebody from the top that is telling people like, "Hey, we're making a play for."
It's the doctors, dude. All the doctors, they get together. The doctors are the bunch of stealing motherfuckers too.
Yeah.
Providers nearly $700 million since 2017.
You'd almost have to be
How
the
do you explain that
pharmaceutical companies
big of a
too, right?
number of open investigations?
Yeah, there was such a high need for autism services in Minnesota when the state
Why?
began offering it that it's an unlicensed service. So there aren't the same structures in place that there are for other programs.
Do you think this program grew too fast for the state to provide the proper
So it's probably
oversight?
coming from the top.
I would hesitate to say that because the need is so great.
A similar need for services also fueled
Yeah.
the biggest pandemic-era fraud in the nation's history.
And the guilty verdicts just keep rolling in.
Feeding Our Future was managed by the Department of Education, but federal documents show some of those defendants also have ties to autism centers.
Oh, go
We
figure.
asked how much that
Oh.
case played a role in this crackdown.
I think the level of sophistication and widespread fraud that was happening in government programs really made all agencies take notice.
DHS stepped up
8 years
enforcement
later,
last
they
fall,
took notice,
around the
okay?
time the feds raided these two autism centers
Yeah.
in Minneapolis and St.
Pause
Cloud.
it, Jim. Pause it
They're
real quick.
accused of
Yeah.
DHS reacted because the feds did something about it. If the feds didn't do anything last fall, DHS in Minnesota would have kept taking the federal money to fund these assholes because they're getting their cut too.
Yeah.
So DHS is just as dirty as the autism centers.
Just as dirty. Just as dirty. Definitely.
committing claims her services never provided, totaling around $20 million.
What was it?
Ty Sims feels like she lucked out. They found a real provider billing for real services that made all the difference
He
in
thinks.
Tyler's life.
What did they give him? Just these fidget spinners to play with? And then they go, here you go. And they charge $1 million for fidget spinners?
Children receiving these services that, we need to stay
First of all,
informed
look at her
and
house.
advocate.
Does she really look like
So
she
what
needs
is the state
free
doing
money from
about
the
it? Well,
state?
take a look. Just this session, lawmakers signed
Fuck
off on
off,
a slew
man.
of new oversight measures. Providers are now subject to enhanced background checks, unannounced visits, and a system to finally start licensing all of them in the coming years.
Oh,
2027.
So let's get back to the 85 open investigations.
I'm confused though, because why wouldn't people treating for? Isn't that don't you need a medical license to treat people for autism?
Well, that's what I was going to say. It sounds like chiropractor to me at this point. Like autism, like
due to what they call a credible allegation
chiropractic
of
diagnosis.
fraud. So stay tuned on that. And also tomorrow I'll be back. We said
Dave, you didn't say the correct word. You have autism. That's basically what they're doing.
Right. Yeah, we make more money off of the autism diagnosis than the ADHD medication. So your kid's autistic now. He's not ADHD.
Yep.
Oh God, she gets the snap at EBT, Barbie, probably. But my God, she has a nicer house than I do. You see all those big windows facing out to the woods and shit, Jim? I was like, wow, living large. Then I'm
Crazy,
wondering, was that a green screen?
I mean, it could be a DH. It could be a D.R. Horton home.
Yeah, it could be. Could be one of those, like
Because the D.R. Horton homes, they'll take over a neighborhood and build about 500 houses, like out in the sticks, and then they sell them for about $200,000 or $300,000.
It says, this is the next story we're going to move on to. It says Trump is cleaning up America's food supply and big food is scrambling to keep up. Do you guys see that the announcement that they made too about Coca-Cola? I don't know if that's in here about that Coca-Cola is going to switch back to cane sugar.
Good.
No.
Yeah. So you don't have to buy Mexican Coke now to get, we'll see.
Is McDonald's going to switch back to beef or beef tallow?
I know a bunch of places already did, so I don't know. I
Steak
hope
and Shake
McDonald's
did.
does. Steak and Shake did. Yeah.
Yeah.
So forget about the FDA of the past. Trump's Maha campaign is real and it's working. 14 major food giants have surrendered to the pressure. Heinz tomato ketchup. Yes. In February, Trump and RFK launched the Make America Healthy Again Commission. Most ignored it, but then in April, the Trump administration dropped the bomb. All synthetic food dyes will be phased out nationwide. Yes, all petroleum-based dyes are being banned. That's great.
Oh, so our food's going to change color?
Well, it's going to not be as vibrant colors. It's going to be, like basically the same stuff like they use in Canada and stuff like that. Like, what, like.
So, like our red meat at the grocery store is going to be a little grayer.
Yeah, it's not going to be as red because they dye the meats, they dye everything. They dye like all this stuff, like our Fruit Loops and it says Heinz ketchup now with less hog anus derived food coloring.
Fatty, I love
Fatty. Always has the good.
Yeah.
Fatty's always on top of it.
Yeah, plus it says like these guys are right. Doc is right. It says all the companies have already removed the dyes from their overseas versions. There's no work to do. They just want to protect their profits.
Oh, but the dye companies want their profits, right? They're like, shit, if we can't sell these food companies dyes for their food, we're done.
Yeah. Red number 3 gone. Titanium dioxide and Skittles gone. Artificial colors, dyes, and chemical sludge gone. Trump's FDA is pushing to get them out. What the hell's going on here?
Is pushing them.
Pushing them out fast. Now the food industry's caving.
I don't hear the Democrats praising them.
They don't care. ConAgra Foods will remove all synthetic dyes from frozen products by 2025. Well, this is 2025. We'll ban them in schools by 2026. We'll limit them across all.
Why schools later than 2025?
I don't know. It doesn't make sense. We'll eliminate them across all products by 2027. That's a $12 billion company blinking because of Trump. So that's Slim Jims, Healthy Choice, Duncan Hines, Gardenia, David's, sunflower seeds. What are they coloring sunflower seeds with? Something?
Well, they're probably using some kind of enhancement to preserve them longer or whatever they're doing, right?
Yeah, I think it has a lot to do with preservatives, right? To make them last
you would
longer.
think so. I mean,
well, I'll tell you, if you want to get some really good popcorn, the Orville Redenbacher, it's like a simple pop where it's like simply salt or whatever, where it's like nothing added stuff. It's really good. It's like
no butter based stuff in it.
It's just like it's just simple, just like a simply simply salt. I think it is like just some simple salt or whatever it's called.
So yeah, it's a chemical salt, Jim, not a real salt on sunflower seeds. That's what Patrick's saying. So that makes sense. Yeah.
Okay. General Mills FD&C colors will be gone from schools and cereals by 2026. Gone from everything by the end of 2027. This means your kids' Lucky Charms and Tricks getting de-woke and dye-free.
What does de-woke mean, dude? What the fuck does that mean? Come on, man. I used to love my orange and green and red fucking Tricks and Lucky Charms. I'm not going to lie.
Words this guy's freaking trying to throw in there.
Don't throw in woke. Rodney.
I don't know. Yeah. It's and Hershey's all synthetic dyes due on by 2027. In-N-Out removed the artificial color from shakes, upgraded to ketchup with real sugar, rejected high fructose corn syrup. Real food is back. I hope so. Kraft Heinz, no new products will contain dyes effective immediately. Old ones reformulated by the end of 2027. says Patrick 7 says they're not going to change the cereal's rainbow color, but the Twix rabbit will no longer wear a dress.
Yeah, what about the micro? What are they going to do about the micro?
Well, the microplastics are a major problem. Like, I don't know what they're going to do. It's in everything. I mean, the microplastics are in everything. It's like
it's got to go, dude.
Yeah,
it's got to go.
I'm sure the medical companies are loving this.
Yeah, you get some coconut oil, or palm oil, and Flavacol popcorn salt. That's the best. But the taste that's how you get the old movie theater flavor. Yeah. Smuckers, no food dyes in schools starting 2026 and none in consumer products by 2027.
Because that's one they never wanted to change is because the medical field's like, well, people are getting sick, so it's money for us. So there's no reason for them to change.
So PepsiCo is saying it's going to take its artificial ingredients out of my potato chips and my Tostitos. What are they?
I don't know.
It's got to be the preservatives, dude. It's got to be the preservatives that are making them last, 6 months or maybe less, which is probably good because, for them, because if the shit don't last as long, you'll buy more sooner. Yeah.
Dan, you can investigate that if you want.
Kevin says, right now there is an orange popsicle flavored Captain Crunch. It's the color of nacho cheese Doritos and scary AF.
Yeah, I bet. Ugh.
Yeah, well, the thing is, plastics, basically anything. Like, we need to get away from plastic bottles. Like, really, we need to get back to using glass bottles.
Glass bottles, they disintegrate. There's no pollution with them.
Yeah.
They're awesome.
Yeah, we need to get back to glass.
They cost a lot to ship across the country, Jim. That's the problem.
Well, yeah,
right?
they can break and stuff, and they weigh more, and so they take more gas to ship and everything. But they can be recycled and reused, so that's a good thing. So that's what we should get back to.
And we used to make money off them, Jim. That's how I used to make my money. Yeah.
Yeah.
Patrick says we would save so much petroleum products if we stopped using plastic. Yeah. So PepsiCo says we're moved artificial ingredients from Lay's and Tostitos by the end of 2025. Steak and Shake now cooks fries in 100% natural beef tallow. Butter is real again, no seed oils. And more. Tyson Foods removes all synthetic dyes as of May. McCormick reformulating to remove dyes across restaurant partners, whatever that means. Sam's Club is cutting 40 plus toxic ingredients. Why are we using any toxic fucking ingredients?
Like I said, there's no incentive for them to change.
From all member marked products by the end of 2025. And the FDA just approved 4 new natural dyes, including a natural blue. This is the Trump administration regulatory. Ban the poison, end the fake food, unleash innovation, let capitalism compete, but on a healthy playing field. That's right.
Wow. Well, you know what would happen too if they had glass bottles and shit? There'd just be a bunch more glass bottling companies and Coke plants closer to you. They get that without costing them so much to ship it. Because there used to be a lot of Coke plants, Jim. A lot of places that made Coke and shipped it out. And then they were able to do it differently.
Yeah, but it's hard to get the Coke plants to grow. They can only grow in certain environments. It's got to be really hot and humid and can't snow or anything like that. And then the leaves and stuff are very fragile. You got to pick them and then you got to process them in with the. Oh wait, we're talking about. Never mind.
Well, you're always on that frame of mind. You're always looking for your next high. I get it.
And then not next story. Here we go. Next story. This is breaking news. It says Huckabee, who's the ambassador to Israel, threatens to declare Israel not welcoming to Christians as Israel blocks visas for certain Christian groups. What? Say what? What I say? This U.S. ambassador to Israel, Mike Huckabee, threatened to publicly accuse Israel of discriminating against Christian groups. Pointing to a deliberate pattern of denying tourist visas to evangelical missionaries. Interior Minister Moshe Arbel privately responded to Huckabee's observation by denying discrimination and criticizing him for deviating from working norms and not acting in mutual trust with the Jewish state.
I mean, I would love to go see where my Jesus is from, but do I really want to avoid getting shot or bombs? Yes. So I don't have a desire anytime soon to go there.
I don't know if they'll let us tunnel in anymore. It might stop us. Doc says he just visited Israel 10 years ago. No security through BS. They just profile the F out of people. See, and Huckabee's a big fan of Israel. He's not. So Mike Huckabee is noticing something. So you get in trouble for noticing. No. And then Matt Gaetz has a comment. He says, "Send us money. Send us weapons. Keep your Christian tour groups at home."
I got a video right below there that kind of, and I don't know if this is real or not.
Okay, let's see. I'll pull it down.
So, Jim, do you think that with them taking all these bullshit products out of our food, that if we get real food back, we'll just actually feel full rather than wanting something right after we eat? You know what I mean? Like,
I don't know if that's it. I think more though we might not have the high cancer rates that we have. Maybe we could start fixing some of that stuff. I mean, diabetes and everything. Yeah, we are poisoning ourselves pretty good.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is supposed to be Netanyahu, 1980, talking about he owns the U.S.
All right, let's see.
Oh, we don't listen to the U.S.
Okay.
אנחנו הולכים למסלול התנגשות עם הממשלה.
זה
לא מקשה אחת. יש את הסנאט,
יש את הקונגרס.
We have the Senate and Congress record strong Jewish lobby on our side.
יש את הכוח היהודי שהוא עצום, יותר חזק משהיה אי פעם.
We have a strong influence over the general support of America.
יש דעת קהל, יש לנו כוחות כבירים בדעת הקהל שמתנגדים למדיניות הזאת, גדולי הפרשנים.
America won't force us to do anything.
אמריקה לא תכפה עלינו דבר, אם לא נראה.
I don't know if that's really
well, it could be real, but this might be him talking to, it might be for a local audience, for the Israeli audience, for Israeli consumption, not for U.S. trying to tell people to sell that why he's good or whatever. So we'll get to. So Huckabee threatens to declare Israel not welcoming the Christians as visa roll blows open. U.S. envoy penned scathing letter to Interior Minister accusing Israel of blocking Christian groups from entering Israel and warning of reciprocal steps against Israeli visa seekers.
Oh my God.
Yeah. U.S. Ambassador to Israel Mike Huckabee has threatened to publicly declare that Israel no longer welcomes Christian groups to Israel over what he said was Jerusalem's failure to approve tourist visas for evangelical missions. The threat was issued in a letter Huckabee sent on Wednesday to Interior Minister Moshe Arbel, which was leaked to Hebrew media on Thursday. Arbel pushed back against the allegation, saying the letter was obtained. In response, the letter was obtained by the Times of Israel. Huckabee in his letter threatened to order his embassy to take reciprocal measures against Israeli tourists seeking visas sent to the U.S. Given Huckabee's longstanding support for Israel and close ties with the current government in particular, the rhetoric in his letter represented a shocking, quick deterioration. Yeah, Patrick. It does. It makes a big difference if they're talking to Israel for local consumption. He's trying to get the people to say, "Look, we got, don't worry, we're good with the U.S. The U.S. is going to, because the people in Israel think that basically a lot of these people are being basically puppets for the U.S. Like a lot of people in the U.S. think that our politicians are puppets for Israel, but in reality, it's the opposite in other countries, But the issue at hand, the ability of Christian groups to tour Israel, is close to Huckabee's heart, given that he's led countless such trips as an evangelical pastor over the past half century. Yeah. The back and forth letters came almost 2 months after Huckabee and Arbel met in May to discuss problems encountered by Christian Zionists seeking to visit Israel. Oh, is this is the guy that's giving them a problem? Oh, God.
He looks like a fun-loving guy.
No, you can't come. Go away. We're full. It's with great distress that I write you a profound disappointment that the meeting I held in your office was not a result that I hoped it to be, as a simple resolution of the issue of routinely granting visas for Christian organizations and workers has been practiced for decades. Huckabee wrote in a letter which was obtained by the Times of Israel. Huckabee wrote to Arbel that in the start of 2025, the Interior Minister launched investigations into several evangelical Christian organizations with long ties to Israel, including the Baptist Congress in Israel and the Christian Missionary Alliance. I mean, maybe it's probably possible that maybe the Israelis are like, what are these Christians doing? Are they coming here that they're stirring up trouble? Cause some of these Christian groups, I'm going to say it, people might get mad, but some of these Christian groups want this whole thing to kick off in Israel. It's because they want, the Messiah to come back again. They want the whole thing about this temple being built. They're pushing for that because they want, the red heifer and all that stuff and the prophecies to come true for Jesus to come back.
Do you think so?
Some of them are like that, yeah.
Like Jesus can come back when he wants to come back.
Well, I think some of these Christian groups think that since the Jews have a way to get around it and the different things that they can pull, like when they put the wire up so they can say they're inside, they can carry things and stuff like that, and the different stuff that they do, the different little maneuvers, they think, hey, we can do the same thing. Huckabee informed Arbel that these organizations were required to complete lengthy questionnaires, that they had to still not receive new visas for religious leaders to travel to Israel despite submitting their applications at the beginning of the year. It would be very unfortunate that our embassy would have to publicly announce through the United States that the state of Israel is no longer welcoming Christian organizations and their representatives, and is instead engaging in harassment and negative treatment towards organizations with long-standing relationships and positive involvement towards Zionism and friendship to the Jewish people in the state of Israel. The U.S. envoy wrote. Huckabee sent copies of the letter to Prime Minister Netanyahu, President Isaac Herzog, Foreign Minister Gideon Saad, Strategic Affairs Minister Ron Dermer, and Knesset Speaker Amir Ohana. In addition to this threatening a public announcement that Israel no longer welcomes Christian groups, Huckey said he would warn American Christians that their donations are not received warmly, and that tourists should reconsider any plans to. That's where he got him there. He upset him when he's going to stop the donations. They're like, whoa, whoa, whoa. Got to keep the donations coming. If the government of Israel continues to cause the expense and bureaucratic harassment for the granting of routine visas that for decades have been routine, I will have no other choice but to instruct our consular section to review options for reciprocal treatment of Israeli citizens seeking visas in the United States. It is understandable that the Ministry of Interior have concerns of concealed anti-Semitism or of proselytizing that needs to properly vet certain groups. A longtime employee of the Christian Zionist organization in Israel told the Times of Israel. Oh, so Jim, they don't want...
Jim, I got to be honest.
What?
If a bunch of evangelistic Christians wanted to come to my house, I'd say no. Get the fuck out of my house.
Well, that's what I'm wondering. Is this because what are they saying? They're trying to proselytize Christianity to people? And I mean, it could also be they're worried about safety with the bombings and the terrorists and stuff, and they don't want Christians running around getting kidnapped and stuff. I don't know.
Either way.
I would be worried about that. I'd want to go there and visit, but I'm not going there freaking bombs and shit.
But I'm not going to go in. I don't need a bunch of evangelistic people coming into my country trying to preach the word of God to a bunch of Muslims, and because they're in Israel too, and they're going to cause a bunch of shit and try to convert them or what. Who knows what the hell Israel's scared of? They don't need any more pressure.
Maybe they're worried about a new crusade. I don't know. Maybe they're thinking God wills it. They're going to come and like the whole thing, like the. Anyway, that being said, it's lamentable that the well-established Christian groups that prove to be no threat and are taking a strong stance in support of Israel and the Jewish people are countering these obstacles. The employee continued that there's a number of Christian groups that simply want to extend friendship and support to Israel and better understand the Jewish roots of their own faith. The employee who asked comment anonymously said that there are many Christians who are sincerely grieved and angered about the rising anti-Semitism and anti-Israel bias post-October 7th world, who deeply value Israel and is fighting for and want a positive, tangible impact on support.
But you're not going to change anybody in Israel. But they should be going to Japan or China and converting people from Weirdo-ville to
this sounds like an arm of Black Lives Matter raising hell to try to make Israel look bad, and
I think this might actually, honestly, this might be Huckabee using personal, like his own group and stuff. Like he's trying to muscle. It could be all underhanded. I don't know. He
couldn't get the Jimmy Swagger group from Arkansas into fucking Israel, and he's like,
something.
Yeah,
something.
Jimmy Swagger group.
something like that. It'd be tragic for the bureaucracy and Interior Ministry to negatively impact this opportunity to encourage friendship and support from non-Jews and repair Jewish-Christian relations, especially in these times. As trying to feel it's terrible with all the stuff going on that you don't want to be like this. You don't want to do this. Seems like basically this almost seems like he's extorting them. It'd be really terrible, what's going on lately. You want to be like mean to Christians. As a matter of, we are different. Jews and Christians have shared values, and the world needs to experience a united front, the source added. After receiving the letter, Arbel, the ultra-Orthodox Shas party, responded, saying that he was particularly surprised. What's ultra-Orthodox? I thought there's Orthodox, and then there's the Hasidims. Is that Hasidim?
Do the ultra-Orthodox, do they dig the fucking diamonds? They're double out of the mines? Are they the guys digging the diamonds? I don't know.
Are they double secret kosher? I don't get it.
They're like dark MAGA, but dark Christians.
Every request that was personally brought to the attention of my office has been addressed with exceptional short time frame, Ardell insisted. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. This could just be Huckabee being weirdo. In my view, the course of action deviates from accepted working norms and does not reflect direct constructive relationship we have established. Adding the relationship between the two countries is among the most valued and significant partnerships. I greatly appreciate your consistent support for Israel and your steadfast commitment to our partnership. For this reason, I believe it is incumbent upon us to act in a spirit of coordination, mutual trust, and respect, even when misunderstandings and difficulties arise. So, yeah.
Dave, you got fact checked. Jimmy Swagger was from Louisiana.
No, but Huckabee's from Arkansas. No, Huckabee's from Arkansas. So it's his Swagger group in Arkansas because they're, it's all it's a big coalition. So he couldn't take his Arkansas group there because, again, here's the weird thing, Jim. They're talking about building relationships and these evangelistic Christians learning about the Jewish faith. We're talking about 200 people out of a population of 350 fucking million. Are they going to spread the word of Judaism to the other 300?
That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't know what they were doing. Like, are they going to like kibbutzes and fucking with people, like going around talking about Christianity and telling them like you need to rebuild the temple? I mean, I don't know. That's what I'm saying. I don't know what the hell they're doing. Like, it could be a problem. Like, are they stirring up trouble? I don't know. Telling them to build more stuff.
I mean, there are some left-wing Christian groups.
Yeah, it could be that too. I don't know.
Like that one lady that was like yelling at Trump, but during the inauguration when they were in the church.
Maybe Huckabee was trying to play his bass guitar or something, and it made him mad. I don't know. If you build it, they will come.
Well, it's one of those things that it's always a game. So it's a left-wing Christian group, and it's like, well, you can't do that. They're Christians too. You know what I mean? Like some of these people are freaking dumb.
Well, it could also be to this, because it says the private exchange that quickly turned public came on the heels of an apparent Israeli strike on Gaza's sole Catholic church on Thursday that killed 3 people and injured several, according to the Latin Patriarchate of Jerusalem, drawing international condemnation and an expression of deep sorrow from Israel. But now, if I'm not mistaken, too, that church actually doesn't have any Christians in it. It's just used. It's a church that's being used by Hamas or whatever. So I don't know. Yeah, I don't think there's any Christians living in Gaza. So they've all been like moved out per se. The military said the church was struck by accident, and then it was investigating what happened. And that news office said a statement that expressed regret. Earlier this week, Huckabee weighed in on uncheckered settler violence in the West Bank for the first time, calling on the Israeli government to investigate the terrorist killing of a 20-year-old Palestinian American in the village of Sinjil last week.
Oh, Angela, I completely agree with you. Exactly. Left-wing Christians. I'm just saying is that they exist and they're weird.
I'm not assuming anybody's doing anything wrong. I'm just asking what the deal is. Like, why, what this is like, seems like this is coming out of left field for Huckabee. Like something, like to me, it seems like something else is going on here. Like we're not getting all the facts is what I'm saying. Like something else. There's something underlying here that we're not knowing about. That's all.
If I'm Huckabee, I'd be worried about people's safety.
Yeah.
But if he's trying to like pat people down or something, trying to get a little kickback or something, then that's a problem.
And then this guy says, they're blocking visas and killing them. So, sources close to the pillar stated the killing of 3 Christians in the attack on the Holy Family Catholic Church in Gaza. So there was 3 Christians in the church. I thought I read somewhere that there was no Christians there. A deliberate act of retaliation after Christian leaders recently condemned Israeli settler attacks in the West Bank. Oh, maybe there were Christians there. Okay, maybe I'm wrong. Yeah. I'm saying it's just weird coming from Huckabee. It's very weird coming from Huckabee. So that's what I'm saying. There's like, it's got to be something else is going on here that I don't know about that they're not saying. There's some other underlying thing that he's trying to, like he's trying to get something from them. He's putting pressure on them for something.
Intelligence, maybe?
Maybe, I don't know. So, changing gears now to the Department of Education. It says Trump is abolishing the Department of Education, not trimming it, not reforming it, shutting it down. And this week, the Supreme Court gave him the green light. Let's break down what happened and why killing the Department of Education will improve education. Yes. It says Trump campaign on killing the Department of Education. Why? Because it doesn't teach a single student, pushes radical ideology, burns $100 billion a year for no results, and skims huge amounts of money off the top for deep staters, not students. Now he's delivering just like he promised. That's right. Yeah. Supposedly, that's what this guy's saying.
Oh, he fired most of them, and then the courts came in and said, "Oh, you can't do that."
And then the Supreme Court said, "Yeah, you can."
Yeah.
The court ruled that Trump can fire the educrats. How about the demon rats? Secretary Linda McMahon is dismantling the swamp from the inside and doing it fast. This isn't bureaucratic reform, it's bureaucratic demolition. That's right. Get them. Here's the truth. The DOE money is a money pit. Truckloads of cash, flat or falling test scores, endless red tape, boys and girls locker rooms, CRT and DQSH mandated from whatever that is. What's DQSH? Diversity, something, queer science. Anyway, I don't know. Mandated from central control with zero accountability.
The schools
Trump
were
solution.
better until the feds decided to go in there and start sticking their nose in shit.
I'll
go back.
So no, the solution should be there is no more federal DOE. I don't see that.
Yeah,
in the
it's not going to be regulated by the state.
All I see is abolish the bureaucracy, but that doesn't mean that the bureaucracy still won't be. Like, get rid of it. Like, get rid of it and make Congress revote it back in. Make them do it. And if, hey, our vice president, J.D. Vance, he's been pretty quiet lately, hasn't he? Like,
I haven't heard much from Vance lately yet.
Which is good because Trump's getting all the headlines with this kind of shit. But the Department of Education needs to go. It's not even a 50-year-old organization, Jim. It needs to go, dude. It's got to go.
Yeah.
There's give it back to the states. Just let the states get their tax money from their states.
And let them run their own schools, yeah.
And let them run their own schools. And don't use the fucking lottery to support the goddamn schools. Jesus Christ.
All right, guys, I'm out. Thank you,
you're out?
everybody.
All right,
Yeah,
thanks for coming by, Derek. Tell everybody where they can find you, Derek, and where they can see your movie.
You can see my movie on Amazon. It's called The Warrior. Check it out. And
go check it out, guys. It's good.
Yeah, of course I'm biased, so I think it's good, but it's good. Please go check it out. And go to my YouTube channel. You can just hit my little icon and check out my YouTube channel. I talk about entertainment, movies, music, all kinds of stuff. So
and
thank you,
Sunday,
everybody.
We will be interviewing the lead actor that played Derek in the movie at noon, right? Sunday at noon?
Sunday at noon, Griffin Phillips, who is the lead actor in my film. The little kid, he's about 12 years old, and we're going to have him on there. And I'm trying to get some of the other actors to come on and talk about the movie and stuff. So it's going to be fun.
Yeah.
Thanks for coming by.
Thanks. See you, buddy.
Bye.
Take care. Yeah. So it says the DOE is a money pit. Truckloads of cash, falling or flat test scores, endless red tape, boys and girls locker room, central control, zero accountability. It says Trump's solution is abolish the federal bureaucracy, return power and money to the states and school boards, cut out the middleman, fund students, not the deep state, give parents real control, education, not indoctrination. That's right.
Can you, Jim? Can you go back to that list about school boards?
Which
school? No, you would go down. You had it. Give money back to the states and school boards. Can we get rid of the school boards? Just let the states give out a.
Well, no, school boards are good because that's where you're supposed to have like local control, where the parents are supposed to vote people to come in and actually do the stuff. The problem is that.
But the problem is the parents don't show up. Okay, like the school board one time gave Alex an award in high school and gave Caitlin an award in high school, right? Because they performed well in art and music and all this stuff. We went to the school board meeting. It was me and my wife and about 2 other people. And it's like, but these guys have these roles forever and they make decisions for their local school board. And it's like, oh God, they're terrible people. They're not like, nobody's sitting there telling them no. Hence, all the, like you were saying, what the hell is DQHS? We don't even know what it means, but school boards are passing it. So your chat is going crazy.
Yeah, I know. That's good. They let them go. They go on.
I love it.
Yeah, every DC bureaucrat, fire every DC bureaucrat. Fewer, for every DC bureaucrat equals fewer teachers, more regulation, more DEI forms, more transgender policies forced on your kids' schools. Trump cutting the strings and the parasites. Yeah, get rid of these weirdos. No more of these weirdos. Yeah, this is just policy.
At school, Jim. That was a.
Well, it's libraries, probably libraries or something like this. Yeah. This isn't just policy; it's politics. DOE exists to fund teachers' unions' favorites. Teachers unions own Democrats. That's why blue states will fight this, but red states are already moving to expand school choice with Trump's backing. That's right. School choice should be everywhere, man.
It shouldn't even. Okay, we've had this conversation on my show many times. This whole busing bullshit was not good for America. It didn't help anybody. It set these school systems back a long way because when you're busing different people into different districts and they're not taught by somebody that they trust, they don't pay attention. They just don't. Look at Chicago School District, Jim. It's a fucking nightmare. It is a nightmare. And it's not getting any better.
It's gotten worse. Like Chicago schools, like the schools used to be good. Like it started going basically when it got federalized, when the Department of Education came along, it just started going downhill, you know, and then it just kept going worse and worse and worse. Like, I mean, you know, I went to Chicago public schools. I think I got a decent education, but you know, whatever. I wouldn't trust it now.
But also, Jim, you didn't get bused. You walked to school, to your local school, and you went to school with kids you knew.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, but kids got bussed in my school. They wanted to send me to a different school. They wanted to send me to a magnet school, but I was like, no.
Oh, they did that to my wife in Buffalo. She got sent to a magnet school. I go, how'd that go? She goes, it sucked. I had to ride a public bus, not even a school bus, every morning for an hour to go to a magnet school and ride the same bus home at night. And it was awful. But no, I didn't ever have to deal with that nonsense.
Oh, yeah, still here. Where was I going to go, Miss Vicky May?
Well, you got your super chat goal. That's why you're here.
Yeah, still here.
Let's praise the chat for all the hard work, man.
And for all the hard work, we got it going.
Awesome, chat.
That's right. So we got so it still means federal education funding continues, but now it'll go to block grants, not bureaucrats. Far fewer strings. That's the thing. Like all the money went to expand like the people that don't teach, to other stuff. Final word to DOE is a $100 billion failure factory. Trump is firing it and freeing your kids from it. Fund families, not federal failure. Democrat slush funds and socialist indoctrination. Abolish the Department of Education. That's right. Tear it apart. Tear it apart.
He needs to do it. He actually needs to follow through. Okay, he doesn't need to just fire a few people and say, "Look what I'm doing." Like, get rid of it. That's all I'm saying. I just.
Now I see this is racism. More than 30% of pilots in Pakistan have fake licenses and are not qualified to fly. The country's aviation minister revealed in 2020 things have gotten worse, but Europe won't ban them from flying in and out of European airports because they don't want to be accused of being racist.
Whatever.
Crazy, right? Yeah. 1 in 3 pilots have fake licenses. It's crazy, right? Crazy. Pakistan Airlines were banned from flying in the UK after a fatal accident. A subsequent investigation found that 1 out of 3 pilots had a fake license. It's nuts. Yeah, see? And here's the story. It's right here. Yeah. What?
1 in 3 pilots? This is CNN, though. Oh, no.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, they have.
With Google Workspace,
No.
Well, obviously, you're not going to subscribe to CNN.
More than 30% of the civilian pilots in Pakistan have fake licenses and are not qualified to fly. Gulyam Salwan Khan said 262 pilots in the country did not take exams themselves and had paid someone else to sit in their behalf. They don't fly a flying experience, and that's 860 active pilots, and including the country's international airlines flagship, as well as the number of foreign carriers, Khan said. PIA has grounded all its pilots who hold fake licenses effective immediately.
Can I say this, Jim? I had no idea that Pakistan even had an airline.
Oh, sure, all these countries do.
No, I'm just saying,
honestly, though, that's a problem too. Is like it's not only this, but this is another thing. Is because it's not only this; it also has to do with other stuff. Like they have, like India has fake universities giving people degrees.
I have 3. I have 3 of them.
I'm saying they have like where they give basically these boiler room degrees. They tell them that they're engineers or this other stuff, and then they come and they fake it and do stuff. It's crazy. So but this is just the way it is. Yeah, and it's also in Forbes. Same thing. 30% of Pakistani pilots. So be careful if you get on a plane and it's a Pakistani flying the plane. You might want to Might want to take a different thing. All right. Now, this is a story that I got just for Dave here. It says, FDR was a shit president and the closest America has ever come to a dictator. He was the only U.S. president to serve more than 2 terms and literally had to die in office to leave it. Term limits were literally added because of him. Previously, it was a respected tradition. Can you ask what?
Thank you, George Washington.
Can you ask what, Miss Vicky May? I don't know. You can ask whatever you want. He authorized the internment of over 110,000 Japanese Americans. Most of them were U.S. citizens, stripping them of their rights and throwing them into concentration camps. Yes, I love The Fat Electrician, too. I like his shows. I saw this. I just wanted to pull it up because he confiscated all privately held gold, criminalized gold ownership, and forced Americans to sell it to the government at a fixed price. Yeah, Lincoln was a bit closer, in my opinion.
Lincoln was worse than Lincoln was horrible, dude. He broke so many laws to fight that war. Oh my God, dude.
Yeah. He forced America to sell gold to the government at a certain price and then raised the price after it was all bought. When the Supreme Court struck down multiple New Deal programs as unconstitutional, he threatened to pack the court by adding extra justices who would be okay with his policies. That's right, he did. During the Great Depression, the Roosevelt administration paid farmers to destroy crops and slaughter livestock to artificially raise prices, even while millions of people were starving. Yeah.
Wait,
we had people starving here.
Roosevelt also the president that poisoned a bunch of alcohol during Prohibition and killed a bunch of Americans?
Yeah. He refused to support anti-lynching legislation, fearing it would alienate Southern Democrats. Despite repeated efforts by civil rights groups, he prioritized political alliances over human rights.
I've always said between him and Lincoln, it's a hard choice on who's the worst.
And it says Grok.
And then Obama came around.
This guy says Grok, was FDR solely responsible for all these items, or did it also involve other members of Congress, etc.? Grok says FDR played a central role in all these actions, but he was not solely responsible. Japanese internment stemmed from his executive order 9066, supported by Congress via funding and laws. Gold confiscation was his order, authorized and ratified by Congress. Court packing was his proposal, rejected by Congress. The Agricultural Adjustment Act involving crop destruction was passed by Congress and signed by him. Anti-lynching refusal was his choice to appease Southern Democrats in Congress. His multi-term service was enabled by voters and lack of legal limits until the 22nd Amendment.
So, I understand that the Congress signed some of this stuff, Jim. I get it. But they were Democrats. They were going to sign it. It was their president. They were going to do whatever they could to keep this guy happy.
We're still looking for the gold, Steve. We still haven't found it. We're still looking. We'll figure it out eventually.
Yeah, it's all in New York now, right? Under some or skyscraper or some shit they're saying.
Mm-hmm. So here we go. We're going to jump to another story now. We got this. Leftists and Islamists gathered in Cincinnati, Ohio to protest the ICE detention of a fake refugee, Ayman Salman. The radical Muslim was a chaplain at the Cincinnati Children's. U.S. officials learned he was the leader in an Egyptian Muslim Brotherhood group. Yes.
Mm.
No one ever went to see Vicky May. That was the whole thing. They never went to look for the gold. They said they were going to, and they never did.
Well, they sent him in the 70s to look.
That was the last time anybody was there. I think it was the 70s.
And they saw one room.
Yeah. Wasn't that Nixon? And then they kicked Nixon out of office because he wanted to go back and look or something like that? Or was it Ford? Was it Nixon or Ford? Yeah, all the gold got irradiated by Goldfinger. That's right. Trump and Elon Musk said they were going to go audit Fort Knox, and then they just stopped talking about it. So that makes me even more. Wood shampoo is great. Take them to their fate. Put them on the ground. Make them play the sound.
She's press. She's press. She's a reporter.
She's press. She's press. Arrest the press, too.
I'm also a reporter. We're allowed to document. What's your badge number?
What's your badge number? Shut the fuck up, you bag.
Yeah, so
these are the same people that voted in Biden.
Yeah. Yeah, it says leftists and Islamists working together. I wonder how that happened. It's a Cloward Piven strategy of overwhelming the system in a full swing. Chaos driven by communists, socialists, globalists, anarchists, and Islamists working together has already engulfed Europe. Please help us if they, if they compete here. So here's, you're going to explain what's going on here.
Socialists, globalists, anarchists, and Islamists will work together.
Wait, what? What happened?
What's the matter? We're listening. We heard it.
To destroy capitalism, Israel, and the Western world. So we have leadership now that are communists and socialists. The socialists are in charge of England and France, maybe with this next election here in America. You also have the unions, the teachers' unions, and the SCIU that is doing everything they can to push this agenda to end capitalism and introduce a new system. We also have leadership in companies, the WEF, most elites.
It's not really a new system, though. Communism's an old system.
Now, sometimes they're both of these.
It's old as fuck.
Then you have the Islamists, open borders. These guys are pushing open borders to bring us down to a third world and an Islamic country. That's what the Islamists get out of this. They get to take over the West. And if you've watched the videos from Europe, it is so important you see it's everywhere. These countries are losing their identity entirely. So let me just give you this real quick.
I didn't even know Glenn
the ground
Beck
game
was
is
on
the anarchist.
doing broadcasting anymore, Jim. I thought he was just in the background running the Blaze.
I don't know how old this is. This was just because of the thing about what they're pulling, just explaining this is what's going on with the stuff that's happening around the country right now. It's a strategy that they're working together. You've got Islamists, you got the globalists, you got the anarchists, the communists, especially like what's happening in New York with Mandami and stuff. It's like, it's happening, they're working together to try and take down the U.S., take down, take down, the U.S. government stuff. So we don't have to,
is that an ISOM hat?
The communists and socialists and the globalists, their goal is to end capitalism, give us a new system, and it's going to be a global system, an oligarchy, and the elites will run it, and you won't have anything to say about it. Remember the WEF, you're not going to own anything, but you'll rent from these guys, okay? They need to topple the West. They have to. To be able to replace it, you have to collapse it. Well, one of the communists and socialists that we know of is Cloward and Piven.
Yeah, so he's talking about the Cloward Piven thing. So we got to be on the lookout for that. We got to make sure we keep that under wraps and keep an eye on the stuff. And if this communist gets elected in New York, then who knows what's going to happen? And then we got this stuff.
Imagine living in Britain. You can't even own a knife over a certain length.
I know.
That's how much the Islamists have taken over their country. Like, literally. Like, it's crazy. It's insanity.
We got this stuff, too. We got a Chinese national, one of China's richest men, Zhang Zhanshan, secretly bought $67 million worth of New Hampshire lamb, 4 times its assessed value, tied directly to the state's water supply. Is this true? Yes, the court claim is true. Zhang Zhanshan Company, Full Spring, bought Nashua, New Hampshire property for $67 million, assessed at $50 million, near the Pennychuck water system, gaining access to drop 2 million gallons a day for bottling. It's not ownership of the supply, but the deal has sparked security concerns, leading to a statewide ban on such foreign purchases. So they should have banned it before it happened.
Yeah, you might want to put that property up for sale real quick. Do what do they call that, Jim? When they take over your property from the state,
eminent domain.
Yeah, eminent domain. His ass. They're going to put a road right through his fucking property.
Yeah. I hope Trump takes all the land back from the Chinamans too. Here we go. So we got Lily Tang Williams, 80 Northwest Boulevard, Nashua, an industrial property on 23 acres, serves a Chinese largest boiling water company owned by the richest Chinese billionaire on 121 quietly. L3 Harris Defense Contractors across the street. BAE is 6 miles. Nashua Manchester Airport nearby. Let's see what Lily Tang has to say. She says China is asshole.
Hi, my name is Lily Tang Williams, a congressional candidate in New Hampshire 2nd District. I came to 80 Northwest Boulevard in Nashua to show you this.
You want fried rice?
Building
Fried rice?
Was purchased by China's richest man, billionaire Zhong San, his largest bottled water company in China. And this building was appraised for $50 million, but sold for $67 million under radar. And on January 31st, 2025, without the Committee on Foreign Investment Review, because it was during the transitional period for 2 presidents. So I just want to increase awareness, and L3 Harris Defense Contractor just right here across the street. And what were my opponent, Maggie Goolander, say? And this is national security threat. It's not just about business, about water. This is about China. We get upset when the balloons fly over, but now they're here. They're in my backyard in New Hampshire. So please, somebody investigate this. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for telling us. Thank you for telling us. Yeah.
Make us aware, dude. That's a good video.
Here it is. So here's the thing right here. So New Hampshire Journal. Penachuk says Chinese billionaire just buying water, but concerns remain. Fears that the Chinese billionaire Zhang Shashan planned to buy his way into controlling Nashua's water supply are giving way to tentative relief, with officials keeping a wary eye on the deal. Good news is that Penachuk Water is that the potential deal with Zhang's Zanfao Spring will ultimately lower residential water bills. Oh, sure.
Oh, wow. Okay.
He's going to charge us less. Yeah, why would he charge less? Because he says so. Hello. Yes, we need an update from the humungs of Michigan. Yes. But the state and local officials are less than thrilled at the international customer base in China, which says an adversarial relation with the U.S., where the companies are under the thumb of a communist regime. In February, Nafa Spring secretly bought a $67 million industrial property in Nashua, close to Penachuk Pond watershed.
Now, see, this story is different because the representative just told us it was in January during the transition period. This is saying February. Like Trump approved it, right?
Well, they said it got snuck through, so who knows? But the utility owned by the city of Nashua, but C. George Bauer, chairman of the Penachuk Board of Directors, told the Journal that no plan to sell Zhang anything but water. There's no plan to sell the company, but there's zero plan to sell any land. We have no land to sell. It says close ties to the authoritarian Chinese Communist government, his company's less than stellar environmental record, and the secrecy surrounding the Nashua plant generated an alarm. The company declined to respond to questions about the Journal about the unusual property purchaser's plans in Nashua. Governor Kelly Ayotte told New Hampshire Journal that she would be watching the deal to make sure Nafong remains a Penachuk customer and not a Penachuk owner. It's critical that we safeguard New Hampshire from foreign adversaries like China. We need to ensure that we aren't allowing any national security threat to take root in our state, Ayotte said. According to the Forbes, Zhang is worth $58 billion, making him the wealthiest man in China. In addition to owning Nafao Spring, China's biggest maker of bottled water, he also controls Wantai Biological, which makes rapid diagnostic tests for infectious disease, including COVID. So this guy is into biological shit, so he's going to poison the water supply. Nafong and Penachuk are primary stages of deals negotiations. Zhang wants up to 2 million gallons a day for his planned beverage plant. That's good news for Penachuk, its owners, and its customers. Penachuk has the capacity to produce 35 million gallons per day, more than enough to accommodate Nafong's planned operations. Any costs associated with hooking up Nafong to the water system, like adding new water lines, would be borne by the company.
What do you fucking do? Like,
large-scale industrial customer like Nafong would lock into a contract that guarantees a set amount of water per month for the customer. We'll also require the customer to pay for all the water, whether it's used or not, giving Penachuk a consistent new revenue source. It gets better for Penachuk as part of their conservation efforts. Penachuk charges commercial and industrial customers on a rising scale, meaning the more water they buy, the higher the rate goes. Adding Nafong as a customer could help drive down costs for Penachuk and everyone in the Penachuk system. Yeah, how is that so? Because isn't it supply and demand? So the more water he takes, there's less water for everybody else. So wouldn't that make the cost go up?
Well, so I deal with a lot of water systems, Jim, and guess what? The rate is the fucking rate. And if somebody in town is using major water, it doesn't matter. You're still the homeowner. You're going to pay the rate. You're going to get billed a minimum at least of 2,000 gallons a month just because they hooked up a water line to you.
But if somebody's using a lot of water, you're going to end up getting shit water. You're going to get like dirty water and stuff, and scraping the bottom of stuff. It's going to be,
Obviously it's right on the river, so of some sort, because it's 15 acres. But the point is, this is bullshit. This town is ridiculous, and this, I guarantee you, Jim. When China was giving all those loans to Africa to make for the what's it, the China Road or the Silk Road initiative, right? I guarantee you they were reading these same articles about how it's better for their community that the Chinese have taken over. This is bullshit.
I want to look for something real quick.
And the worst part is he'll offer the city to buy the water system and he'll manage it himself, because that's what Illinois American Water is. They just buy water systems and then take it over. He'll do that for some exorbitant amount, and the city will say, "Fuck yeah! For $50 million, you'll buy our system. We're only making $2 million a year off the homeowners, so why the hell not?"
Okay. I'm going to play a short video. We're going to play a short video here. The solar update for everybody. Just a quick solar update for everybody because I got to pee. So take a 3-minute break here. All right.
Okay. Pee break video, guys.
Pee break video. Everyone, check it out. Be careful of the solar flares.
Folks, welcome observers. Today we're going to hit a space object they can't explain, a very fun but scary idea about the new interstellar object, and a look at how the last grand solar minimum, the Maunder minimum, impacted Japan. But we're starting with the last 24 hours on our star, and we find things were very quiet. Solar flaring is completely absent. Even the plasma filaments remain stable. That big coronal hole will be facing Earth directly tomorrow. Its solar wind will arrive early to middle of next week. The coronal hole is situated squarely on the sun's equator, extending across into both hemispheres. NOAA is expected to begin forecasting its solar wind impact either tomorrow or Sunday. Meanwhile, the sunspot situation is becoming less dangerous. Big northern spots turning away. Smaller equatorial spots have not gained enough complexity. The next sunspot watch will likely not be until the next ones turn in. So let's go to a space mystery. They found a long period transient, and it is speeding up its spin. This was something they thought was impossible, so they have a theory that there is actually a binary star that they can't see, somehow speeding it up. I'd say first guesses of this kind in astronomy are unlikely to be true, but honestly, it's not like there's any other good guesses out there either. Up next, leave it to Avi Loeb to scare the bejesus out of everyone. The Harvard professor teamed up with 2 scientists from the UK to break down the rationale for fearing the new interstellar comet is actually an alien spaceship coming to invade. They even have worked out when it would reach the Earth, and it'll be late this fall. Nerds having some fun there. Lastly, folks, excellent paper on the impacts of the Maunder Grand Solar Minimum in Japan. We have previously looked at how it dropped us into the Little Ice Age. It caused million-death famines on 3 continents, and now we see it decimated agriculture in Japan as well, triggering major droughts, a century-long drought, in fact, with minor fluctuations on the 11-year cycle of sunspots. Many speculate another grand solar minimum is coming, but magnetic field data from the sun, it's not going to tell us for sure for about another 2 years. Folks, my new book starts pre-order this weekend. Space Weather, debunking mainstream climate propaganda, proving that it's actually the sun that works the weather, and of course, everything about Earth's disaster cycle. Eyes open for that this weekend. I will be out at the ranch today for the kids' rocket launch and start of the permaculture class. Got a lot happening at Observer Ranch the rest of the year. Events almost weekly. The next Pole Shift conference is August 23rd. You may want to make it out for that.
Oh, well, that was pretty cool, right? Let's get back to where we were. Gonna check China. Okay. So here we go. RFK just told the WHO to shove it. Trump's HHS secretary stood at the podium, stared down the global elite, and torched their plan for medical tyranny.
Boy, this Rodney Martin's a busy mother effer on Twitter.
Yeah, he is.
Holy hell.
The U.S. just rejected the WHO's power grab. Here's what it means and why it changes everything. RFK is going far-reaching amendments. No more surrender. RFK just announced the U.S. will not comply with the WHO's international health regulations. This kills the globalist plan to let unelected bureaucrats dictate lockdowns, travel bans, and all the other crap. No more vax mandates, no speech policing. All of it's dead on arrival. Get rid of Winnie the Pooh and that Terminator 2. This was the most dangerous treaty the Senate never voted on. The Biden administration tried to quietly hand over your freedoms to the WHO. No Senate vote, no public debate, no consent. They called it non-binding, but RFK called it what it was, a trap. WHO didn't want to control pandemics, they wanted to control you. RFK revealed the truth, and the amendment requires global pandemic vaccine mandates, passports, centralized medical database, real-time health surveillance, all coordinated through the Chinese-dominated WHO. No emergency required. RFK Jr. warned that the WHO wouldn't need an actual crisis or pandemic to act. It would just potential risk. Yeah, from anywhere, anytime, and then they could trigger the lockdowns and travel bans without your consent, without the government's consent. They would just control everything. And Trump and Kennedy just nuked the global health cartel while Biden bowed to Geneva. Trump and RFK Jr. told the truth. No foreign mandates, no unelected rule, no censorship masquerading as science. Huge restoration of American sovereignty. That's what we got. Not just about America. RFK ended it with a warning that most nations don't have the leverage we do. If we don't stand, they can't. It wasn't about isolation. It was about leadership, and the whole world just watched us do it. Yeah, we did it. Rubio responded and seconded RFK. Today, the U.S. rejected 2024 WHO amendments, delivering on Trump administration promise to fight for Americans in the international system, a shot heard around the world, and a warning to Davos elite, you lost.
Yeah, that's like the WHO wants to be the United Nations of Health, right? They just want to have this power that they don't really have. You don't have any power. Stop. Just stop. You're going to tell the U.S. we're on lockdown because Cambodia has a fucking virus going on? Screw you. Could you imagine Biden was going to let that happen? Let China tell us that they have a fake pandemic going on so that we can lock down our economy so that they can continue doing their stuff. Come on, give me a break.
And this is the next story here. We got breaking surveillance video shows a violent illegal alien in Harris County, Texas, kidnapping a woman before keeping her locked in a closet for 5 days, during which he repeatedly raped her.
Oh my God.
Yeah, under arrest is Jose Armando Carsamano Perdomo from Honduras, ICE detainer lodged.
Here on those assault and aggravated kidnapping charges. Today I actually spoke with the neighbor who captured this disturbing surveillance video, which deputies say shows a woman being dragged back to a home after trying to escape.
Flaming hot Cheetos. Flaming hot Cheetos.
What the hell is this?
Very, very scary here. Harris County deputies say it was just next door at this mobile home where they found the victim Monday in a closet. The woman says she willingly came to Houston from New York, but when she arrived here, prosecutors say Carmarco Perdomo locked her in a room for 5 days without food or water. They say when she tried to escape, he dragged her back, punched her, and then sexually assaulted her, and then locked her in that closet. We spoke with the neighbor who called 911 after seeing this surveillance video. He didn't want to show his face, but he says he is still in shock that this was happening in his neighborhood.
And especially being right next door, I'm angry with myself that I didn't pick up on it sooner or maybe done more. Even though, like I said, I had that feeling that something wasn't right, and who knows, could have made a bigger difference with other people maybe, other victims.
And the sheriff's office does believe that there could be more victims. They're asking anyone who's been in contact with him to contact the sheriff's office. ICE also now confirming there's a detainer on Carmichael after they say he entered the country illegally.
Yeah, he entered the country illegally. What do you figure? But didn't they tell us that they're all good citizens?
Yeah. They want to make our country better.
Yeah, they say, oh, these guys don't do anything. It's all, yeah.
We got enough of our own goddamn problems with our own citizens.
Yeah, video shows kidnapping suspect. Yeah, it's right here. So video shows kidnapping suspects who held women captive for days without food or water. We already watched the video, so we don't need. New surveillance video captures what Harris County deputy says a woman being dragged back to a home against her will. 22-year-old suspect Jose Armando Casamano Padomo is facing aggravated kidnapping and assault charges. Deputies say they took him into custody this week after arresting him at the home on Elderberry and Rimwood in Harris County, not far from an elementary school. He tried to leave, but this defendant carried her back into the residence without her consent. Tied her up and sexually assaulted her. Prosecutors say this all started when he brought the victim willingly from New York to Houston. When she arrived, the suspect took her passport and held her against her will, so it's probably another illegal alien too. She was not allowed to leave the room for 4 days without food or water. Prosecutors said that she finally made a run for it. The neighbor captured surveillance video, called 911, reported a possible child abduction. It doesn't want to be identified. It's very disheartening. Investigators said they finally arrived at the home. They found a woman locked in the closet. It's, especially being right next door, I'm angry myself that I didn't pick up sooner. Feeling a bigger difference than people could make. Other people say the sheriff's office does believe there could be more victims. They're asking anyone to come forward as contacts. ICE confirms there's a detainer. Wow. Crazy. Okay. We got Secretary Rubio saying POTUS has made clear that the administration will hold accountable foreign nationals who are responsible for censorship and protected expression in the United States. Brazilian Supreme Court, Federal Court Justice Alejandro de Moraes' political witch hunt against Jair Bolsonaro created a persecution and censorship complex so sweeping that it not only violates basic rights of Brazilians, but also extends beyond Brazil's shores to target Americans. I therefore ordered visa revocations for Moraes and his allies on the court, as well as their immediate family members affected immediately. And then Rubio's move aligns with the America First doctrine. Foreign courts have no business targeting U.S. citizens or meddling in free speech. The Magnitsky Act is a critical tool to sanction overreach and applies it to Morales. Sends a clear message. Globalist censorship regimes won't dictate terms to Americans.
So what were they doing, Jim?
Oh, they were trying to force like Elon Musk to censor people and trying to go after people, and they were fucking with Starlink.
Oh, so they're like going after social media accounts to try and get people banned and shit.
No. Mm-hmm.
Through the governments of another country. The problem, Jim? The problem with this is that like these social media companies just ban your ass and you have to prove it to YouTube. Like, I didn't do anything. Well, we can't do anything until you fight the copyright. And then you give up your personal information to this copyright claim and they come after you personally that way. Because now they got your name and your address. These people are sick. Ugh. They were trying to get Rumble to censor people too, Kash Madison. Jesus, man.
Yeah. Eduardo Bolsonaro's lobbying highlights the rot in Brazil's judiciary where political prosecutions masquerade as justice. Taxpayers shouldn't foot the bill for a foreign bureaucratic weaponizing lawfare. The $150 billion wasted annually on global aid could instead secure our borders and fund real priorities. Sovereignty isn't negotiable. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so let's hope that all works out, And here's this is the last regular story I had for today. It says, looks like the latest document dump proves what we knew all along. Biden and Garland weaponized the DOJ to label parents domestic terrorists, speaking at school board meetings. It's unacceptable, unforgivable, criminal. It's a little wonder that the U.S. has declined. The two factions of uniparty constantly squabble and rarely work together to approve things. They represent their donors, not working people. But the only thing they agree on is permanent war abroad and their loyalty to... I ain't going to read that. Nope.
late in the stream. YouTube's not going to notice.
Nope. Biden's team coordinated on school memo calling parents domestic terrorists despite denial. The White House and DOJ communicated behind the scenes about the controversial school memos. Yeah, we got 69 people watching. Report: Biden regrets choosing Merrick Garland as AG. A conservative legal group revealed a tranche of correspondence on Friday from the Biden administration's Department of Justice shedding new light on behind-the-scenes discussions about the controversial directive former Attorney General Merrick Garland gave about school boards. The document dump included an email from a Deputy Attorney General aide that said the DOJ was searching for a federal hook to use to address a letter the National School Board Association wrote to the White House raising alarm about parents who were, at the time, expressing outrage at school board meetings across the country over COVID-19 mandates, critical race theory, and transgender policies.
Old Jim would have read it.
Yeah. We're aware the challenge here is finding a federal hook, but the White House has been in touch about whether we can assist in some form or fashion. Deputy Attorney General aide Kevin Chambers wrote to a colleague on October 1st, 2021. Garland issued a directive on October 4th, mobilizing the FBI to assist local law enforcement partners with the disturbing spike in harassment, intimidation, and threats of violence against school administrators. Garland said during in a congressional hearing soon after that he had issued the order just after the NSP letter to the White House, which the NSBA later retracted, that had asked the White House to investigate parents displaying threatening behavior at school board meetings as possible domestic terrorists. The emails were uncovered by American First Legal, a conservative group aligned with President Trump. More of them show some DOJ lawyers raised concern among their colleagues about the department taking any action on the school board letter. I read the letter from NSBA and looked at the links from a handful of the footnotes, and it appears that the vast majority of behavior cited cannot be reached by federal law, one DOJ attorney wrote to colleagues, adding that almost all the language being used is protected by the First Amendment. Yeah, go figure. The letter and Garland's substantive directive came as a result of the letter were criticized by Republicans for containing flimsy evidence suggesting some parents presented a threat that warranted federal actions. Critics have also said it chilled parents' freedom to speak at school board meetings. Well, that's what the guy just said. It was all protected speech. That's right, everybody. I forgot to tell everybody, make sure you hit the like button. Please leave a comment. Make a comment in the chat. Leave a super chat. Do any number of things. Participate. Give a thumbs up.
Share
subscribe to the channel. Share with your friends. Greatly appreciate it.
Or your enemies. Share with your enemies.
If you really don't like people, tell them. If you don't like somebody, tell them how great it is, and then they'll get confused and they'll watch it.
Right.
Anything could happen. I just lost a sub. Son of a bitch.
Oh,
Can't believe that.
I did that 5 minutes ago, Jim. Get over it.
Wow. That's crazy.
Every time you play the solar flare guy, you lose a sub.
Lose a sub. Yeah. Garland repeatedly maintained that when pressed by Republican lawmakers about controversial matters that DOJ worked independently for the White House, but the new emails about the school board letter undermined that message. Yeah, he lied. That's what you call a lie. The same DOJ lawyer who raised concerns about acting on the NSBA letter also noted that local law enforcement could address parents disturbing the peace or trespassing, nothing remotely federal. American First Legal President Gene Hamilton said in a statement that the emails revealed a conspiracy that was ultimately aimed at depriving parents of two fundamental rights, the right to speak and the right to direct the upbringing of their children. Former DOJ official Sparkle Sukananan, who became the Biden-appointed federal judge, was one to set off the internal conversation about whether the DOJ could do anything about the school board letter. Sukananan sent out a rushed email during the weekend of 2021 making a quick turn request about the letter just after it was sent to the White House. So wait a minute. So the person that did all this is now a judge?
Of course. Why not?
What the fuck?
Get rewarded, man.
Are there any authorities, the Civil Rights Division and forces that could help with this issue? Sunanan wrote. Oh my God. This person is a judge now. The revelation comes as the White House has changed its posture during the Trump administration to overtly coordinate with the DOJ, including to investigate the president's political opponents. Trump signed what? This letter. The Trump signed an executive order in April directing the DOJ to investigate former Homeland Security official Miles Taylor and former cybersecurity official Chris Krebs. And the White House counsel coordinated the DOJ to investigate Biden's use of the auto pen. One recently fired DOJ employee of nearly 2 decades alleged to CBS News that the DOJ showed no concern about coordinating with the White House. There used to be a line, there used to be a distinct line between the White House and the Department of Justice. There was never a line. They just pretended there was one. Remember Eric Holder said that he was Barack Obama's wingman?
Right.
So that's that story. All right, so that is the last. Let me look and see if I had some stories from last night that I didn't get to. Maybe I'll bring those up. Let me go back. Look here. So I'm going to close out some of these here. Let me see here. Last night, what did I get? Didn't get any of these. I think there was a couple. There was a couple I didn't get. I got the honor killing. Yes. Oh, we could do this. We could do this. This is a good rant. We could do this. We could do this. And then we could do this. Pull this up. Go bookmarks. Okay. We'll do this one first. This one. This one. This is from Open-Minded Approach. In my opinion, the biblical flood of Noah occurred during the 5.9 kilo-year event around 6,000 years ago, coinciding with an anomaly or sudden drop in Earth's magnetic field. The desertification of the Sahara and the Y chromosome bottleneck, during which 19 of the 20 male lineages went extinct. Another 2 possible dates are the 8.2 kiloyear event or the Younger Dryas period. However, in my opinion, the biblical narrative between 6,000 years ago with the start of the age of Taurus following the biblical flood. The event is what destroyed most of the population and marked the beginning of the current Kali Yuga or Iron Age. The long winter in the Great Year, deep rabbit hole thread. This is just some guy's theory about stuff, so I'm not saying this is a fact or true or anything, so this is not, he's showing the flood coming in. Whoa, over the land, the great flood. Wow. How did that happen, I wonder? Crazy. The sudden emergence of Sumer, ancient Egypt, and the Indus Valley civilization and their collapse during the 4.2 kiloyear event marks the Tower of Babel event in the Bible. What the survivors managed to preserve was a vast amount of antediluvian knowledge, and they were attempting to rebuild societies and construct pyramids similar to the earlier ones in Giza. The Giza pyramids are antediluvian, unlike the pyramid of Djoser in Saqqara, built around 2600 BC. They contain no hieroglyphs inside. Why would that pyramid be filled with inscriptions and information while the Giza pyramids remain empty? Only a few disputed inscriptions have been found in certain chambers, with the topic for another thread. Oh, look at that. It shows the pyramid getting flooded.
Yeah, they say that Cleopatra lived closer to our age than when the pyramids were built. That's how old she was, or that's how old the pyramids were when she was in power. And I think I even think that that number is probably a lot further away than they admit. They just try to give us a roundabout based on archaeologists, Jim. But at the end of the day, with what this guy's saying, those pyramids are super old, dude.
Yeah.
Super old.
The 4.2 kiloyear event, which resulted in climate change corresponding to the Tower of Babel event, after which Abraham emerged around 2200 BC. Abraham became the father of many nations. The next major event was marked by the climate change, mass migration, local geomagnetic excursion, and the collapse of the new Egyptian empire, as well as the fall of Minoan, Mycenaean, and Levantine civilizations, coinciding with the emergence of the prophet Moses. All prophets, including the Messiah, emerged during the highly stressful periods marked by severe climate change, grand solar minima, the fall of civilizations, and similar disruptions. So as you can read his 2-part article on this, published exclusively for his Patreon and X supporters. all these events occurred in our 6,000 year history proves to me that climate change is not driven by humans. Sure, we pollute our planet, our soil, and so on, but those have local effects. Weather and climate are driven by the sun and axial progression. It even goes further. The 8.2 kiloyear event, the Younger Dryas, the last glacial maximum, the Lachamp geomatic excursion 42,000 years ago, and more. There's been many resets, which is why the notion that humans who have existed for hundreds of thousands of years only recently developed technology is simply not true. We've had multiple advanced civilizations in the past, some of them highly, even profoundly spiritually developed. Those civilizations preserved the knowledge of the great year and marked the resets in the stars, the 13 zodiac constellations, the position of the sun during the spring equinox. That's why religions have tracked the sun during solstices and equinox, because they understood how axial precession changes the Earth's orientation towards the sun, which regions receive more solar radiation, and how it disrupts the chain patterns that shape the Earth's climates. Currently, we are approaching the age of Aquarius, an important milestone in the great year. This age is even referenced in the Bible and symbolized by the cherubim, an angelic being with the head of a lion, age of Leo, and the head of an ox, age of the Taurus, the head of a human, age of Aquarius, and the head of an eagle, age of Scorpio, transformed into Aquila constellation. That's why, just like during the age of Leo, Younger Dryas, and the age of Taurus, desertification of the Sahara, we are now experiencing a geomagnetic excursion where the north magnetic pole is moving at speed similar to that of the Lachamp geomagnetic excursion, which contributed to the extinction of the Neanderthals 42,000 years ago. The acceleration of the pole shift began between 1995 and 2000, and we're already feeling the consequences. Shows this. See, this shows the pole moving. These cyclical events are one of the reasons why billionaires are building doomsday bunkers. Some of them possess knowledge about these cycles, while others build in reaction, simply following what the peers are doing. Many of them are only preparing for a climate change, a grand solar minimum, global cooling, food shortage, and civilization collapse, not a full-scale global catastrophic event like crustal displacement. That's why they are building bunkers on remote islands and stocking them with resources instead of sustain them for years. Intended to sustain them for years. Yeah, like this guy. Yeah, he's got a bunker. Yeah.
Well, I have this ranch in Kauai, where there's this whole thing where people were like, there's this whole meme about how people are saying I built this like bunker underground. It's like more of underground storage.
Bring it up. More of underground storage. Yeah. In this guy's opinion, it's time for a major event like those that occurred 6,000 and 12,000 years ago. Everyone should watch this video at least once. If you're interested in learning more about the Great Year and many articles on his Patreon, go check out his Patreon and start reading. Yeah, and that's the end. So it says here's a bullet timeline. Rock goes through abrupt cooling periods, possible alternative for biblical flood, rapid global temperature drop, another flood alternative. Years ago, Y chromosome bottleneck, collapse in the male genetic diversity, 1912 lineages extinct. 6,000 to 5,000 years ago, Sahara desertified, end of African humid period, turning green Sahara arid. All this stuff happened. It's basically all that stuff happened. But, what are you going to do? Then we're going to jump to this story. This is a very interesting story. Which people have seen. This is just basic. This is a thread. It's a breakdown of the social media influence with over 2 million followers and her boyfriend, a 27-year-old crypto trader from Texas, originally from Nigeria. This elevator footage shows him in a tense altercation just hours before everything fell apart. This is the woman that started as a fast-moving romance in Miami's high-rise life, which spiraled into something far more serious. Let's walk through the timeline. You can see this woman. We're going to get on this thing.
What are we watching?
This is that OnlyFans girl that she ended up killing him. Started in early 2021 when Kristen Toby, almost Slavic, trader from Texas, originally from there, moved to Miami, met Courtney Clenny, OnlyFans model. Yeah. This guy and this girl. She doesn't look anything like this now. Look at her. Dave, you should see her in a picture when she's in jail. She doesn't look like that at all.
Really? You mean the filters and the makeup are all gone? Yeah. Oh my God. Yeah, this bitch was crazy, Kash.
No, she stabbed him in the heart. Yeah. In January 24th, her parents were arrested for evidence tampering. They accessed his laptop and deleted messages. Charges were dropped a month later due to insufficient evidence. September, a judge ruled the family texts and emails could be used in court. Case faced more delays. In March, the lead prosecutor stepped down after ruling allowed him to be deposed over the handling of the privileged communications. May, the defense team filed a motion to disqualify the entire Miami-Dade's office, citing conflicts of interest. In July 2025, Courtney remains held without bond. If convicted, she faces life in prison. That's what she looks like now in prison.
Wait a minute.
This is actually
2012. This happened, and we're still talking about this case. Like, oh my God.
Yeah, no, it's still going on. It's still going on. It just haven't even gone to, it's still screwing around. Then we got this story. This was from, Biden didn't sign his pardons. His staff did with an autopad. It's called forgery. Over 4,000 communications pardons, mass death row commutations, families, Fauci, all without president fully conscious. This isn't scandalous. It's not just pardons.
But this is unprovable, Jim.
It is. Why do I think Marion Comey was fired? I think she was up to no good. I think they knew she was hiding stuff and lying about stuff. Let's be blunt. Joe Biden wasn't running the White House. His unelected staff and family were wielding the power the Constitution only gives non-transferably to him. They used a machine to fake his signature without his knowledge. Right. Biden authorized AutoPen just 25 times. Each time it affixed his name to hundreds of pardons. That's more than FDR did in 12 years. Done in just 10 weeks. And Biden didn't review the names.
It's all improvable speculation.
It wasn't limited to low-level drug offenders. It was mass death row commutations, pardons for family members, pardons for Fauci and friends, white-collar criminals with political ties. It wasn't just citing mercy. It was napping through corruption. Even worse, Biden's doctors now pleading the fifth. Other people are all pleading the fifth. They're all pleading the fifth. New York Times lists pardons were changed after Biden's input even gave any. The fraud was forging the president's name. This isn't about pardons. It's about executive orders, regulations, military authorizations, treaties, and trade. Who ruled America while Joe slept? These two. Joe Biden and her work husband, this guy, that's what they call him. Will Trump's DOJ challenge the forged signatures? I don't know if they can. Will the pardons, executive orders, arrests? I don't know if they can. I don't know what they can do, really. The only way they could is if Biden said, I didn't sign it or I didn't approve it, then they could challenge something. Who made the calls? Who made the orders?
Jim, who was
who issued the code red?
Jim, who was a president in the 30s or 20s who had a stroke and his wife for like 3 months was doing all this stuff for him before?
I think it was Harrison, maybe, or Taft. Yeah. I don't know.
One of them, though, she was in power. Like, was it Eleanor Roosevelt? Was it Eleanor?
They think FDR was pretty much out of it too, but there was another one where the husband had a stroke or something.
Yeah, but Eleanor Roosevelt was in power. Like, they went to her for the decisions at the last 3 months of his presidency. So what happened with Diddy? Is he free?
No, I'm not sure exactly.
Because the chat that after the Diddy fixing, then they fired Comey.
Well, Comey, yeah, but no, they didn't convict him on. It was Hoover or one of them. Somebody had a stroke, and it was like a month that nobody saw the president. Wilson, maybe, and they would go in, and then she would come out with signed papers. Let's be honest, this is exactly what the deep state wanted when they got rid of the huge thorn on their side and installed Biden as president. They wanted a figurehead who wouldn't or couldn't disagree with them. Kash Patel's grand conspiracy probe just gets bigger. That's right. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I know what they're saying, but
this is.
Would they have rather had somebody that was able to get reelected? I think so. I really do. I don't think they were looking to give up the presidency after just
Wilson's
4 years.
wife. Yeah, Wilson.
Yeah,
Woodrow Wilson's wife. Okay. Yeah. So watch this. This is a good thing. I saw this. I wanted to play this. Orange County resident Nick Torres torches illegal so bad that the meeting is adjourned. You don't know the identities of ICE agents. You don't know who the identities of any of the illegals who've been invading our country for the last 60 years. Yeah. How do you know any of the Honduran fruit sellers didn't rape many of the women who go there? According to the Univision study done in 2015, 80% of women who come to this country are trafficked and raped. How do we know those illegals aren't rapists? I think ICE should be able to act with impunity. I think she should go to every Home Depot, school, every quinceañera, and build the wall and deport everyone because they don't make our country great. Illegals use public service. Let's see what this guy has to say.
In the United States, I know most of you are probably from Mexico where you don't have the First Amendment, but that's something we have here where we have the right to freedom of speech. And I just wanted to say something too. It's true, you guys don't have a First Amendment, you don't have respect for civil liberties or rights, but that's, okay, I'm speaking, thank you. So anyways, the point I'd like to make here is a couple things. One, these people here are, passionately talking about ICE agents coming into their communities and you don't know their identities. Well, you know who we really don't know the identities of? Any of the illegal aliens who've been invading our country for the past 60 years. Yeah, how about when you see the farm worker, is that going to be like the same farm worker that murdered Molly Tibbetts? Yeah, how do you know when the Honduran fruit seller is out there? How do you know he didn't rape one of the many women who came up here? According to the Univision study done in 2015, 80% of women who come to this country are trafficked and raped. Think about that. How do we know they're not one of those rapists? How do we know they're not one of those rapists?
Excuse me.
So that's the first
Let him
thing.
talk.
That's the first thing. I think ICE should be allowed to act with impunity. I think they should go to every Home Depot. I think they should go to every school, every quinceañera, and build the wall and deport every single one of these guys because they don't make our country great. They make it worse. They bring it down. They use public services, and Americans are sick and tired of it. We're sick and tired of it in our country. So let me say this too. We want to, they say you want to know the identities of these ICE agents. We don't know any of the identities of these murderers coming into our country, these rapists. Let me also say this too. This same city council in Costa Mesa, if you vote to make these people take their masks off, this was the same city that was arresting people for refusing to wear masks during COVID. So now what is it? Now what is it? When we want to enforce the law and take our country back, you want to put the men in danger? Is that what you want to do? No. And let me mention this. Let me end on this. Let me end on this. Let me end on this.
Let's hear it.
Let me end on this. Let me end on this.
Excuse me, let's hear the man.
Let me say this. People are out here quoting Martin Luther King, who is a plagiarist and a rapist. They're out here saying other things. I'm gonna give a quote. I'm gonna give a quote from John Jay, who signed the Treaty of Paris in our American Revolution, and from Federalist Number 2. With equal pleasure, I have as taken often notice that Providence has been blessed to give this country to one united people, a people descended from the same ancestors, speaking the same language, professing the same religion, attached to the same principles of government, very similar in their manners and customs, and who, by their joint councils, arms, and efforts, fighting side by side throughout a long and bloody war.
That's your 3 minutes. That's your 3 minutes, sir. That's your 3 minutes. That's your 3 minutes. That's your 3 minutes.
That's your 3 minutes.
He was very, very, not nervous, dude. He just went up there and somebody had to say it. I'll give him credit, man.
That was pretty good.
That was good. I don't think he said a lie. I really don't.
Yeah, no, we got this. We won. Federal funding for the California high-speed rail catastrophe has been officially terminated.
Oh, wow. Oh, we won. Did we win?
Mm-hmm.
Did California really win? How much money went into that over the two?
Well, no, not California won. We, the American people, won. We don't have to pay for it.
No,
we
but
terminated the fund.
But we did.
Yeah.
For 20 years, the train to nowhere in the fucking desert,
Yeah. And Grok says, the California high-speed rail track record over the last decade shows massive cost overruns from $33 billion to $128 billion plus. Chronic delays, original 2020 target, now 2030s, and minimal progress, only 119 miles under construction, no operational segments. Federal funding termination aligns with its history of inefficiency despite job creation claims.
Because nobody
That's
wanted
right.
it, Jim.
That's right. Nobody wanted it. Yeah.
Nobody wanted it. They think they want electric cars, and then they get one, Jim, and they can't wait to get rid of it. It's like buying a boat.
All right. And then we got this. This is the other story that I said that was kind of wackadoo stuff. Incredible history. The greatest archaeological cover-up in the history of the Americas.
Ooh.
This thread is dedicated to archaeologists and geologists who had their professional lives ruined from the aftermath of Huaytalco, Mexico. Grab a coffee and throw a zin in. 1 out of 18 thread. Mm-hmm. This guy's looking at rocks. Look at him. He's holding a rock there. He's got
Sweet,
a very good look at
it's in the chat. What's up, buddy? How you doing, man? Thanks for calling me gay. I live by that motto, so thank you, buddy.
In 1959, stone tools and hominid skull were found in Africa dating to 2 million years ago. Whoa, 2 million years ago, stone tools. That's crazy.
Wait.
Paradigm shifting. What?
So they're trying to give this guy credibility back because they thought it was BS from 1959.
I don't know. I don't know. I'm just saying. I'm just reading it. I don't know. I don't know anything about this. I'm just reading it. I just found it interesting when I looked at it. Stone tools and a hominid.
You're like me when I watch videos that the chat sends. I have no idea what I'm doing. Okay.
No. Yeah. A paradigm shifting discovery that dominated headlines and rightfully so. The same year, another major find in Huaytalco, Mexico, was made, but it was overshadowed. Look at that. Oh, look at that. Like a monkey skull. I don't know. Is it a human? That same year, an amateur archaeologist.
That looks like a skull from a band that I listened to.
Yeah. In that same year, an amateur archaeologist named Juan Armeto Camacho uncovers a mastodon bone with carvings etched into green bone, which suggests the artwork was made shortly after the animal died. They carved something into this bone. This bone was so old that it's now mineralized fossil, making it at least 10,000 years old, making it the oldest known artwork in the Americas at the time. Side note, this was displayed temporarily at the Smithsonian. Now it is missing. No one knows where it is.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy.
Yeah. In the 1960s, Dr. Hannah Marie Wormington of the Denver Museum took interest. Cynthia Irvin Williams, a respected American archaeologist, is chosen to lead the excavations at Huaytalco, and the Smithsonian and USC join in the dig. Look at her. Looks like a lesbian. Stratified layers reveal sharpened tools below volcanic ash. Huaytalco ash found among extinct ice age animals. Eventually, more artifacts were recorded by Cynthia, discovered even deeper below the ash. Now things are getting interesting. Bed I is significantly deeper than beds D and E. Geologist Hal Mad extracted soil from ash above the layers where artifacts were found and dated to be 22,000 years old. This is the problem that made Cynthia hesitant to publish the findings. Little did she know the date would be the least of her worries. Word quickly spread about the dating and a controversy ensued. Dr. Luis Lorenzo, Mexico's head archaeologist at the National Museum, accused Cynthia of planting artifacts. He sent men with guns to the site, arrested workers, and confiscated artifacts. Oh, they sent authorities with men, and they took it and go and get us. Cynthia was banned from the site. Reputation ruined. Her work goes unpublished. Artifacts are confiscated, never to be seen again, and controversy quickly gets memory hold. In the 70s, geologists Barney Sasbo and Virginia Steen McQueen return and run dating tests using new technology, uranium series dating. They find Huaytalco ash layer to be 250,000 to 800,000 years old. Remember, the ash was above the artifacts. Sorry, Virginia, the date's unacceptable. You're fired. McIntyre reported being harassed, her funding withdrew, and even lost her position. Another 3 decades passed, and now even better dating technology. In 2001, Dr. Marshall Pay receives interest and comes up with a clever idea. Send a layer of ash to 2 independent experts. Dr. Ray Donalick for fission track dating and Dr. Farley for UTH-HE dating. Both independent experts had no idea about the other person's method and had no prior information about the site. Result, fission track dating greater than 250,000 years, and the UTH-HE dating is 400,000 to 500,000 years. 2002, I went down to investigate supposed 1.3 million year old footprints. In 2005, a researcher named Sylvia Gonzalez reported finding human footprints near the xylene tuft in Pueblo, Mexico. Although interesting, further analysis by Morris et al. Believed the marks resemble pick damage, not footprints. The xylene site is now widely regarded as an example of misinterpreted geological evidence, not ancient human activity. I took photos and drone videos so you can see for yourself.
One of the most controversial sites in the world. The information that's coming out of Huehuetlacco, if true, some of the ages of some of the artifacts that are coming out of there, if true, destroys Clovis first, destroys many paradigms and models of the current understanding of human history, the migrations of humans.
I don't think anyone believes Clovis first anymore. So.
And my main thing that I've been trying to figure out recently is how I can find two sites, Huehuetlacco itself.
Well, that looks like a footprint.
I mean, okay, Jim, pause it real quick. Like they said, it looked like a pickaxe, right? Like a pickaxe or whatever.
Yeah.
I didn't think they had tools if they were that old back then.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense, right?
Yeah, you can't say they were tools when we were hunter. Like no,
hunter gatherers. Yeah, the main skepticism now is the dating of the ash. No one buys the planet artifacts theory either. The thing skeptics point to is that ages are so old that Cynthia must have made a mistake on which beds these artifacts were found. Either archaeology was wrong, the geology was wrong, or the current understanding of human migration is wrong. Regardless, it's absolutely shame how individuals worked at Hidalgo were treated. This comment was left by someone who worked on the site in a documentary about the topic. I was a junior archaeologist at DIG. It was more than covered up. We were arrested and run out of the country. Almost all the evidence was stolen, including break-ins in our offices and homes before we returned to the U.S. The University of California was involved in a cover-up from the top down. This is a true story and should not be forgotten. I recommend reading archaeologist Christopher Harcher's book, The First American, also read Suppressed, whatever. Yeah, The First American. Like, I think the archaeology is soft science, but anthropology is soft and almost nothing. Say the current understanding of human migration is beyond wrong. It's manipulated on purpose. I totally agree.
Well, that's exactly right, though, Vicky. Like, they tell us that, we were hunter-gatherers. We didn't even know how to make a tool. We know how to make metal tools. We didn't know how to do any of this stuff. They can't get it right, because if they admit they're wrong, there's no more grants to. Like, I don't understand why the government needs to make us think that we're a certain age. Like, this is when we get into our other old theory Thursday stuff, Jim. We're like, the aliens are controlling our government, and it's even worse. Right? Like, who cares? Like, this is why I don't think like when they age stuff, it's that accurate, or when they do the DNA stuff, like, DNA is never wrong. Okay, whatever, dude. Like, we'll find out in 20 years. A lot of people were convicted on DNA evidence that was completely wrong because we didn't know how the DNA science worked. Because you're related to a chimpanzee, right, Jim? You're 98% related to a chimpanzee.
Sure,
based on DNA. Yeah.
Sure. Well, I've pulled up some more stories from earlier in the week. I could bring up real quick. So we got this one. It says censorship. The UK secretly smuggled tens of thousands of Islamic migrants from Afghanistan into the country at the cost of $9 billion. When the media learned of the plan, the government issued a gag order preventing any discussion of the secret program. Right here, see? UK secret invasion, the £1 billion resettlement that British people never approved. Few spectacles more corrosive. Making it crystal clear that free speech and freedom of the press does not exist in the UK or EU. British government decided to smuggle 40,000 Afghans into the country. Neither the media nor members of parliament were allowed to mention Operation Rubific. The secret mass migration program was revealed by the British High Court earlier today. The UK spent $9 billion to secretly smuggle 40,000 Afghans into Britain. Operation Rubific was kept secret to a super injunction designed to silence both media and parliament. Reporters weren't allowed to even report that they were being gagged, much less report on the government's decision to bring in tens of thousands of Islamic migrants into the country. Crazy, right?
So what? Okay, so why did it cost him $9 billion
I don't know.
to bring people because they had to give them housing, food, medical care, travel. I'm just like, what the hell, man? Like, why is Britain doing this to their country?
I don't know. Reporters knew about it, but they weren't allowed to report on it. No. It said tens of thousands of Afghans are being relocated to the United Kingdom after a data leak by this guy. The UK secret operation Rubik relocates 24,000 Afghans endangered by a MOD data leak, exposing 100,000 lives to alleged Taliban risk. The scheme was hidden via super injunction until yesterday, sparking controversy over transparency and immigration impacts. It's crazy that they're just doing this stuff and they get away with it. You know, here it is. Yeah. Silent invasion. There are few spectacles more corrosive to constitutional governance than a state that binds its citizens not through loyalty or law, but in silence. In 2023, the United Kingdom issued a super injunction so sweeping that not only barred journalists from reporting the truth, it barred them from reporting that they were barred. Parliament itself, the once defiant vessel of liberty and self-rule, was ordered mute. The reason? A spreadsheet. Not just any spreadsheet, to be fair. In February 2022, a British soldier mistakenly sent a classified document containing personnel details of tens of thousands of Afghans who had either worked with or applied for UK assistance. For Taliban eyes, it was a digital kill list, a bureaucratic Sodom doomed by a single clerical slip. The breach was catastrophic, yes, but the remedy, a judicial fiat suppressing public knowledge, dissent, and deliberation, was worse. Yeah, so basically, here we go. This is what they did.
A secret operation to smuggle migrants into Britain is being run by ministers, and they have put you and me on the hook for paying a projected...
Yeah, so that's what they did, see? The government acted with all the subtlety of a shadow regime. In 2023, as screenshots from the spreadsheet began circulating on social media, the Ministry of Defense sought and received a contra mundum injunction, Latin for against the world. It was aptly named. It does not simply prevent one newspaper from publishing a story or one citizen from speaking their mind. It criminalized knowledge itself. If you knew about the order, you could not discuss it. If you discovered the secret, you're forbidden from acknowledging that it existed. Not a
Exactly, Chad. No free speech in England. Yeah. They do not have free speech. So that's a problem.
Yeah, it's not hyperbole. From August 2023 to July 2025, the British public was kept in the dark while their government executed one of the largest covert evacuations in post-war history. Operation Rubik, as it was called internally, saw the relocation of an estimated 42,500 Afghans to the United Kingdom at a cost of $7 billion. No parliamentary vote, no media scrutiny, no public debate. Instead, a coalition of military, Ministry of Defense staff, MI6, NGO operatives, Home Office clerks, and Soros-backed civil society intermediators conducted what can only be described as a silent reordering of British society. Let us not miss the moral tragedy here. These Afghans, many of whom did risk their lives to assist British forces, served aids and refuge. But the question was never whether they deserved help. The question was who had the right to decide.
No, I think the question is, why can't they stay in Afghanistan and fix their country? Like, that's the problem with all this shit for me, dude. Like, unless they're political asylum people, like they know they're going to die, but not 42,000 of them, Jim. There's not 42,000 of these people are not going to get killed.
No, we're not helping the British either. 42,000. You know, the answer is in a free country, it should have been the people acting through their parliament informed by a free press. Instead, British state chose discretion over democracy. It did so because it feared something more than the Taliban, public backlash. It feared that voters might say if they knew tens of thousands of Islamic migrants were being airlifted onto British soil. It feared what had happened if $7 billion cost became a talking point, so it opted for the velvet tyranny of silence. The silence was broken on July 15th when a high court judge partially lifted the gag order, allowing the public to learn what had been done in their name and with their money. Only then did journalists at the Times, Independent, and Financial Times begin publishing the details of Operation Rubik. Only then did the British people become aware that they had financed a clandestine resettlement operation and that thousands of Afghan migrants had already been transitioned into permanent British residency. Consider what this reveals. The UK government did not merely act to protect endangered lives, though that was a pretext, but to protect itself from political consequence of its own incompetence. The super injunction served not to shield Afghan allies, but to shield British officials from embarrassment, criticisms, and accountability. Contrabandum orders have now been used in at least 7 times in the last 2 decades in the UK. Each time, the rationale is the same: to stop a story, prevent scrutiny, or contain fallout. But this is not journalism, it's jurisprudential blasphemy. Prior restraint is the most odious form of censorship, described by the U.S. Supreme Court as the essence of censorship itself. Here in the U.S., such a legal contraption could not stand. Not only does our First Amendment prohibit prior restraint, except in the narrowest circumstances, troop movements in wartime, imminent incitement to violence, but our courts have gone further. The 2010 Speech Act bars American courts from enforcing foreign gag or defamation orders that do not meet U.S. constitutional standards. It was passed precisely to stop the long reach of British-style censorship from punishing American writers, bloggers, and journalists.
Yeah, but we still do, dude. They go after, I mean, we have freedom of speech, Jim, but it's under attack all the time. It's whether it's through the government or through corporate America or whatever, freedom of speech is, look at our channels. Like, even our stupid channels get struck or get told, hey, you can't talk, you can't say that word, or we're not going to monetize your live stream, whatever, dude. Like, stop. It's free speech. And if you don't want to tune in, go to another channel. Just go watch somebody else that's not going to say the grape word or whatever, the assault and the word that goes in front of that. Because I listen to a lot of podcasts, and they'll always bleep out those words, even on a crime podcast, because they don't want to get the YouTube monsters after them. It's crazy. That's what Rumble is for, maybe until they bow the knee and take that big money from sponsorships. I enjoy Rumble because that's where we go tomorrow night to watch movies. Tomorrow night we'll go on my BTM Reviews channel and we'll watch Smoking the Bandit 1 and Smoking the Bandit 2. I won't get any copyright strikes. The chat has a good time, and Jim's been there many times.
Yep.
Back when he wasn't a solo streamer, not before he became big time. But Jim and me and Jim streamed like 5 days a week for like, what, 6 months, Jim? At least.
Oh, yeah. Lots. So anyway, so this is going to be our last story, though, because we're approaching 4 hours. That's what I promised, 4 hours. And one of Parliament, the institution once lionized for standing against tyranny, now finds itself neutered by judges. During Operation Rubific, MPs were barred from raising questions, opposing policy, or even acknowledging the existence of the program. Democracy did not merely fail, it was superseded, suspended, postponed, cancelled. This is not the first time the UK has fallen prey to the cult of secrecy. But in the time most glaring, Operation Rubific was not a covert military maneuver, it was a mass migration policy enacted in secret, financed in secret, and concealed from the very people whose consent is supposed to be the foundation of government. A data breach may explain the urgency, but it cannot justify the subversion of free speech. It cannot justify gagging journalists. It cannot justify silencing Parliament. It cannot justify the denial of public consent. To accept this model is to abandon the very premise of liberal democracy. The government errors can be hidden beyond injunctions. If Parliament can be muzzled by judicial order, the democracy is no longer deliberative. It's formative. Some will argue the lives were saved. It's to save lives. It's for greater good and all that bullshit. It's not.
No, it's not.
Hell is paved with the road of good intentions. The secrecy was to prevent the Taliban retaliation. This is plausible, but even if it was a great claim, the scope and duration of the injunction were wildly disproportionate. A narrowly tailored suppression order regarding names and addresses might have sufficed. Instead, the UK imposed a total blackout. It was not protection, it was erasure. Democracy, by definition, entails risk. Free speech may lead to outrage. Parliament debate may provoke division. But these are costs of self-government. As Benjamin Franklin once warned, those who would trade essential liberty for temporary safety deserve neither. UK chose safety, or rather, it chose illusion of safety. And for reality is now clear. Give the UK their guns back. They should all be armed. They should defend themselves.
Who was the safety for? Were they afraid?
They were protecting themselves because they knew the public would get up in arms. And they would probably vote people out of office.
Yeah, but why? Okay. I understand what you're saying, but bringing these people in was not making their country safer. They weren't vetting 42,000 people. It's like our open border, Jim. They just said, "Come on in, get on the fucking plane."
Awesome.
Well, Come on, man.
Possibly. I don't know. But anyway.
How many British soldiers were in Afghanistan to even know this many people that helped them in the war?
That's what I'm saying. Not that many. It just makes it. The blindness was not an accident, it was a policy. It's so self-ignorance, it must not be repeated. The British people deserve to know what was done in their name. They deserve to decide whether Operation Rabific aligned with their values. I think there's still British people in Afghanistan doing stuff. The decision was stolen by judicial decree. Let's hope the next emergence is not met with the same contempt for the public. Let's hope the next error does not trigger the next injunction. Let's remember, as Americans, our First Amendment truly is. For across the Atlantic, it's just a memory. That's right, people. So remember, only you can prevent forest fires, and only Jim can tell you the news. Have a good night, everybody. Please like and subscribe. Please tip your waitresses and everybody. Dave, tell them where they can find you.
You can find me on BTM Reviews, or you can find me on BTM Reviews Bourbon Channel. The Bourbon Channel is growing great, Jim. It's getting subs all the time, but the BTM Reviews is where Jim hangs out most of the time when he does hang out. And, we talk about this crazy stuff. But tomorrow night's movie night. Sunday night is Farscape night. We watch Farscape on Sundays. And then Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, we just talk about nonsense. But
Steve Hillard says, no problem. It says freedom of expression is guaranteed under Article 10 of the European Convention on Human Rights. Well, obviously they're not paying attention to that, are they, Steve? They're not paying attention to that over there in jolly old England, are they?
Right.
Anyway, I will be back Saturday night at 10 o'clock again for some more news. I want to tell you all thank you. Come on back where Jim can tell you the news. Please hit like, subscribe, and check it out. Later,
Jim,
skaters.
You are more than welcome to come hang out for movie night. And thanks, Tora fan. See you later.